Ba ba da da da. Ba da 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 da. Yeah. Rogue Trader taking as long as it fucking feels like to load the trader. Apparently it was even worse on launch. Kinda glad I didn't play it on launch and fucking hate it. It is already annoying. Hey, on launch there were frequent crashes. There were dialogue trees that just straight up didn't work. Quests would break out of nowhere. Apparently everyone's friggin' favorite Marazai just... his entire romance quest just wasn't working properly. And let's level up the people I'll actually be bringing with me on quests. First of all, our protagonist, ladies and gentlemen. This, maybe? It kind of doesn't matter. Oh, I get to pick two. Oh, no. A common talent. Right. Big lore warp. I think I still need that a little. Argenta, you actually matter. Hey, bathwater. Tomorrow's your first day? Oh yeah, you said you're starting a new job. Disturb do? Meh. Hope it goes as well as you think it will. Because I know I've had jobs that I'm starting it real sure it's gonna be great, and then it doesn't, because they put you on a goddamn conveyor belt, and that wasn't part of the screening at all. Or you work 2 hours a week because there's nothing to fucking do. And you only get paid those 2 hours. Shit like that. This does something. Won't be like that? I hope you're right. I really do. Ah, I never picked this up. Could just give her more dodge. It's probably worth it. You're not breathing in poison, you're not wearing fucking overalls in the heat, you're not working 10 hours a day. It sounds better than whatever you were doing before. Gotta at least give it that. Really isn't going to matter what I give Pascal. This, I guess. How have I been? I've been okay. I'm really hoping my new glasses arrive soon. These ones are really pissing me off with their refusal to be cleaned. And all the scratches on them that very much limit my functional field of view. So I imagine it's going to be... I imagine it's going to be a very weird transition to be able to see through my full FOV again. I mean, this... No, put that away, bathwater. Ew, gross. Oh, this is actually good for him. Some of this is just good for Pascal because he's a skill monkey. Na 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 na. And chance to dodge, why not? Bella, na. That can be one. And then, banana. This, I guess. This was good for him. 10% crit chance with his axe. Finally a reason to pick it up. And more weapon skill. You were real easy to level up, Ulfar. I have trouble using all her AP, so this really doesn't help me. This, I guess. Let her fellowship stack up higher. There, that's all the characters who need to be leveled up. The other ones ain't doing shit in this game. Frankly, I could probably leave some of my party characters not leveled up and they'd be fine. Still can't do anything with that? Alright. Tiny bit of damage, and we're under attack. Or maybe... I've been caught out alone. By exceptionally weak characters, yes.
For now.
Even the demons aren't that big a deal.
Give in to sensation!
This way!
Though sheer numbers might make this a problem.
Embrace excess! Spurn monotony! Vile delights beckon you!
Perfect spot. That's weird. Oh, the bold. You are literally the only one I can see. So my perfect spot is not so perfect. That sucks.
Emperor, protect me!
Don't touch me!
I can't stand it!
Emperor, protect me.
What, you can see me from there, but I can't see that from here. That's... Oh hey, someone came to help. Not the person I would have asked for first, but... someone who can definitely do some work. Pentakill. Killed 5 enemies with 1 attack. Well, I wasn't gonna get that achievement otherwise. I'm just gonna level with myself. Can't use it on herself, of course not. Mend reality. It immediately went back up. Not a good sign.
Minds exist only to be broken! Give in to sensation!
This is an interesting event, so I'm kinda glad I went and did this. For the sole reason that, oh, by the way. I'm not just helpless in close range.
Emperor, protect me!
You're asking the Emperor for protection, but, Emp Buddy don't help you with that.
This way!
Doesn't help you specifically, I should say.
I can handle this.
Didn't work. Round 3. There's our girl. Oh, I know exactly what we're going to do today. Do boo do do boo. A boo do 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 boo do do. Boop doo boop doo. Yabba dabba doo boo. Gibby boop doo. Oh hey, everyone else shut up. Ulfar and Pascal. That was very interesting. A little sad how, I'm very heavily incentivized not to ever see that. You're not gonna get encounters like that on yellow. Which is what I felt was reasonable to set everything to. And on green, you get no encounters whatsoever. I should probably check before I keep going. Da-da-da, System Speculo. Where is that? Ah, it's over here. Well, at least I was going the right way. Ooh. Got a big hit that time. Yeah, another dream. Acolytes of the Cult Mechanicus reported disturbing... Okay, the Cult Mechanicus made me think that was something, but it wasn't. Oh yeah, what's this about? Augur's anomaly. Why would Abelard be coming with me? I think I've already done this, whatever it is. A lot of explorer flotillas. Right, the Arc Mechanicus. Your Lordship, according to the ship's registry, we're looking at the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico. Picked up a Vox signal coming from her. Permission granted. May the Messiah of Discontinuing reveal the way to a safe docking gate. The raspy voice of the person who recorded the message is vaguely familiar to you. You cannot put your finger on it. Requesting the right to participate in the first boarding party. Evaluating shuttle docking options. There a safe spot? Not at the moment, your lordship. Damage to the hull makes observations difficult. Surviving vacuum locks are sealed shut. I hypothesize that the proper vacuum lock may be opened using my personal access code. Justification. A message from the Arc Mechanicus. What do we know about the ship? Each Ark is a sanctuary for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Every such ship is a relic. They are incredibly ancient, and were made to search for the sacred standard template construct patterns. Legends tell of entire forge worlds that were literally disassembled for parts to make such vessels. In any case, fucking horrifying. She is a ruin of her former glory. We observe numerous traces of internal decompression. Not a single sign of aggression carried out from the outside. But it's worth some of the decks will detect, at least from the outside. We're also picking up strange radiation emanating from the hull. Believe the ship has been in the processional of the dam for a long time. Some of the boarding crew. It will be done, your lordship. Not you, Abelard. I love you, but Argenta. What there? Not quite the lineup I wanted. That's a bit better. We want the giant hunk of steel out front. The halls of this holy ship feel strangely familiar to me. Cogitator screen glows faintly. Take a closer look and realize it's been gutted. Its innards replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass. Vessel is furnished throughout with extraordinarily ancient and sacred mechanisms. What a great temple it used to be. Tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach. Majestic metal statue is frozen in a menacing, combative pose. This is odd. I see scratch marks from a servo claw on this venerable Scitarius's armor. I am registering residual traces of paper combustion inside the Cogitator's casing. Did they fuel this repository of knowledge with books? They burn books as fuel. Ancient Warrior's flesh was once enhanced with priceless augmetics, but they are dormant now. The lean, hunchbacked man studies you with his piercing gaze. One of his eyes looks you up and down. The other has been replaced with a bulky augmetic, ancient and adorned with gold, but it's deactivated for some reason. He states in a dry voice, "Ghosts of nothingness have entered the deck of the Akgen tribe." I can actually ask Pascal to introduce me. Greet your tribe, we come in peace. The man shrugs indifferently. His voice is tinged with sympathy. Does not matter. You are ghosts. Pascal? Hypothesis. This primitive community is made up of descendants of low-ranking technomats who once served this deck. The name Akgen derives from category Akgen. AC stood for the Acolyte category, which serviced the main decks. Gen referred to service staff who were assigned general, as opposed to specialized maintenance duties. The man looks at you, and Pascal, with indifference. Does not seem to have understood a single word. How do you survive here and what do you do? Hold a vigil for all of existence. Spirits of the mechanisms give us water, food, and nutrient mix. We thank them for that with rites of machine servicing and maintenance. So commands the great entity. I am registering multiple deviations from the catechism of maintenance and operation in the actions of these units. Hypothesis. The breaches of sacred instruction do not stem from a malicious lapse into heresy. They are a consequence of the rite having been lost to memory. A grave heresy, but not as profane. The voice from the box is full of sorrow and reproach. Who or what is the great entity? Supreme deity. Spirit of wisdom and revelations. Bears the name Marnat. Name grabs Pascal's attention. He says sternly, I am registering a meaningful linguistic pattern, requesting all available information on Marnat. Marnat is a divine being of great wisdom. It was his great wisdom that discontinued the cycle, and all who had partaken of it lapsed into nothingness. We never partake of the wisdom, which is why we exist. I have nothing to tell you about it, Ghost. Talk to us, your kinfolk do not. Why? I am the Fabricator General. My shoulders bear the sacred burden of leadership. Man shifts his shoulders, bent under the potentia coil resting upon them. The others fear you, as ghosts can carry the living away into nothingness. But I am protected by Marnat's grace. Pascal's roar is like the blaring alarm of an extractor. Fabricator General, I am registering heresy. Man listens to the tech priest's outburst without flinching. The universe must have a Fabricator General. Supreme Priest of the Omnissiah. There's none other to hold that title, therefore it is mine. Seen anything unusual lately other than us? The echo of an old crime was heard beneath the arching vaults of our home. The tribesman nods at you gloomily. A ghost of nothingness walked among us. Of like appearance to you, but without a face. Without a face? Spoke words that must not be spoken, then penetrated the chamber of Observus. and our abode was shaken by the wrath of the gods for days. We felt as though we were drifting through nothingness. Pascal lowers his head and says quietly, "That is him. My mentor. Amarnat. What do you look like?" His brow bore the mark of sorrow and past misdeeds, and his voice was like seeping sand. Was he alone? No. Other ghosts walked with him, but he alone had a mind and a will. The others did his bidding. It was the Chamber of Observus, an abode of deities and mighty spirits, secluded from mortals. The man points toward the entrance to the lift shaft. Down this great tube, they used to descend to the mortals. Now they have all retired to the House of Observus, the calm and keen-sighted, there to remember and mourn the world that once was. The unit has given us a distorted description of the Observatorium, the bay that housed the Hermetico's bridge. There, under a grand dome of glasscrete, the wisest hierarchs of the Adeptus Mechanicus would spend time in reflection, and strive to discern the Omnissiah's guiding signs in the glitter of the stars. Pascal hesitates, then adds worriedly, "Correction. This data is a hypothesis. An archive search yielded no confirmation of this data. My possession of it is an anomalous cognitive fluctuation." I want to get in there. Abandon this thought. Your kind can't go in there. Great Tube was made for the travels of gods, not mortals. Only one who has the blessing of Pref, the great spirit who rules this deck, may approach the Great Tube. But even such a one will have tried in vain, for the Great Tube's spirits have sealed its gate, will only open it to those who know the divine word. And the Rust Wraiths ensure that humans don't steal the word. They'll make short work of any thief. Who's the spirit Pref? The master of this deck, the second most important god after Marnat. Mortals cruelly betrayed his trust once, and he hasn't talked to them or protected them since. Pref only ever answers the shaman's invocations, and only occasionally at that. The tribesmen's profane speculations most likely describe an important machine spirit that remains awake, requesting a conversation with the unit identified as the Shaman. Divine Word. What divine word? Words command all of existence. The gods ruled the universe using words of power. There was a time when mortals too were granted knowledge of them, but that time died along with the world. Hypothesis. The term divine word refers to a command litany. A thorough understanding of the situation aboard the Hermetico will allow me to select the correct litany and recite it to the mechanisms that are still operational. Rust Wraith? Man points at one of the motionless statues. The ancient ones, the servants of the gods. They used to be the gods' great warriors. Now they guard the peace of this universal cemetery and see to it that mortals don't challenge the divine order. The Skitarii, the deck guard. These immortal servants are an elite detachment of the crew blessed with the most ancient and wondrous augmetic enhancements. They could survive in a sleeping state for centuries even. After a brief pause, a whisper comes from his vox. Their presence here is unusual. Typically, the immortals only leave their storage chapel on special orders from the bridge. How'd the faceless ghost get in? He knew the secret. The spell was not of divine origin. Its power surpassed that of the gods. It was born in the mysterious depth of irregularity. Soon after a mortal first uttered it, the world was no more. Pascal waves a mechadendrite at him in annoyed dismissal and says impatiently, "The blessed Amarnat can command any mechanism on his ship. The indoctrinal heresy uttered by the unit is unworthy of attention." Guess is amazingly spot on, Pascal. Tech Priest is taken aback. He pauses to think, then says with no great confidence, "This statement is false. Each of the hypotheses was logically deduced from our present situation." Don't seek to enter the god's abode, Ghost. It is no place for you. Look at him. Middle-aged man carries a potentia coil on his shoulders, of the manner of tech priests. He's held in place by straps and is not connected to anything. His weight has given him a hunched back. One of his arms has been replaced by an exquisite tech scribe augmetic. The quills and styli are incredibly dull, as though they've been scraped against bare rock. Limb servo motor is dormant. The sight of the mangled augmetic elicits a pained grimace from Pascal. I am registering evidence of precious true flesh being operated in unacceptable conditions. The markings indicate that this sacred metal was fashioned many centuries ago on blessed Mars. Putting it to such crude and careless use is an insult to the Omnissiah. I guess we gotta go, fellow ghost. Hope nothingness summons you back into its embrace soon. What kind of paranoia drove the crew to place the cannon platform here, in the very heart of the ship? Barbaric inscriptions blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine echo the words of the Requiem of Reverent Shutdown. Marking does not follow fleet protocol. This constitutes a Category 10 blasphemy. We gonna have to blow these people up, Pascal? I'm not saying no, I'm just asking if that's what we gotta do. If this is what we gotta do, we'll do it, but like, what's the protocol here? I don't know well enough. The bay was breached from the inside. Traces of scaling suggest the use of a melta-charge. I recognize the pattern of the chant. They're imitating a reactor shutdown vigil. Something simply ordered the spirit of this machine to die. The handprints and footprints indicate the locals have turned the sacred unguent tank into something like a ritual font. Hope they're not drinking the stuff. It's really not meant for that. I feel as though I'm walking through a crime scene. These barbarians are pillaging the ship's supplies. I'm registering a Category 9 blasphemy. Registering evidence that a Volkite carbine was fired here. Registering a protocol Now everything is clear. A battle was fought here, and during preparations for it, Amarnat declared the observatorium off limits. Use of weapons by Adeptus. Okay. Even to fellow servants of the Omnissiah, the Explorators, it was an internal conflict. He expected his erstwhile tech comrades to become his enemies. Wish it didn't interrupt his other dialogue. What did he say? Volkite carbine was fired here, registering a protocol violation. Use of weapons by Adeptus Mechanicus soldiers inside one of the ship's bays. The ancient servitor seems dead. The infrequent twitching of his head is the only glimmer of life left in him. Numerous augmetic regalia embedded in the body of this servant of the Omnissiah speak to his high standing and devoutness. Activate him, Pascal? The tech priest carefully touches the servitor's withered body with his mechadendrites. Data spikes slide out of them and sink into the servitor's augmetics. Pascal's vox sounds thoughtful and slightly puzzled. I identify this unit as Magos Logis Hectodon the 11th. This unit received 7 commendations for advances in astrography recorded in the Fleet Archive. The unit, he liked watching the stars. He called them beacons left for us by the Omnissiah. Servitor gives a jolt, raises his head, fixes his augmented eyes on you. Large black circles of his visors are cloudy and covered in scratches. A pained moan comes from the speaker in the servant's throat. Unit status. Operational. Unit identifies itself as? No data available. Error. Malfunction. The Omnissiah knows. What? Pascal sighs heavily. He is suffering. This unit is long past its operational life expectancy, but the particularly ancient and sacred true flesh it was awarded for its outstanding service to the fleet is still prolonging its years. Do you know him? This statement is false. My archive has no record of any encounters with this unit, or any archive requests concerning it. I just know. And I grieve. Pascal touches the servitor's pale skin, covered in inky cacography. The tribespeople inscribed his body with the blessed manual of maintenance and repair. Hypothesis. Ignorant as to the true purpose of this litany, they perceived it as a health-replenishing magic spell. Tech Brother Hectodon 11. This unit identifies itself as Pascal Hahnemann. Can you hear me? Do you know me? Can you tell me what happened here? A jumble of sounds comes from the servitor's speaker, as of a very old man who has outlived his faculty of speech, is trying to utter once familiar words now strange to him. Then suddenly a spark lights up his visors. He utters with great strain, executing, function, all reserve capacities, engaged, in executing primary function. Like to go up to the observatorium. Request denied. Rattle in the servitor's voice could be easily mistaken for indignation. Access to the lift system denied. Services in Obscuratoria mode. An Obscuratoria is a complete ban on holy ministry within the compound. Any and all sacred maintenance procedures are deferred until after the ban is lifted. An Obscuratoria is declared when a temple has been compromised by suspected corruption, before a battle, or in the event of a major critical incident. Hypothesis. Obscuratoria was declared ahead of a battle in order to hinder a hostile infiltration of the observatorium. Knowing the reason enables this unit to deactivate the containment protocol. Unblock the lift, then. Pascal enunciates solemnly, accompanying each word with binaric commands. As its first pronouncement, this unit declares that no security threat to the High Observatorium is present. As its second pronouncement, this unit orders the operation of the lift system to be restored. As its third pronouncement, this unit confirms its authorization to issue that order. Servitor's jerky movement is accompanied by a shower of sparks from his mouth. His optical visor makes a series of clicks. Unit's hierarchical rank, not recognized. Authorization to give orders, unconfirmed. Awaiting confirmation. This unit is not part of the Hermetico chain of command. It must introduce itself to the ship's system for confirmation of its authority. Alright, let's go see if we can do that then. Yeah. How dare they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? It's a sacrilege against the blessed remains. Noble warriors' armor and augmentics are undamaged, and yet they are dead. What killed them? Oh. Heavy lifters. Wear gains 30 strength. Wears not move the previous turn. Their range attacks with heavy weapons deal 50% damage until the end of the turn. Oh my god. Mark 8B35 filter gas mask. 25 athletics, immune to toxin. As fun as it would be, honestly, she moves around too much for Argentic to really get any use out of that. Where do I go? Pascal's gotta introduce himself to the system, but... how do we do that? I don't see anything here that would let me, and this takes me back to the Void Ship. Meet the prep spirit. Da-da-da. Ask you? Who are you? Yeah. Let the cycle be discontinued. A wan, condescending smile grazed the man's lips. It's discontinued a long time ago. Believe the world has perished? Statement is true. World ceased to exist a very long time ago. It turned to nothingness. To ashes. All that's left of these ruins. The last shard of the universe. Its cenotaph. What do you think destroyed the universe? The unthinkable was wrought. The cycle was discontinued. This tribesman's mind is full of the most unenlightened superstition. Why does this unit seemingly know less than some primitive barbarian? That good or bad? Neither, it just happened. It was a grievous event, and we grieve. Is that why you call us ghosts? Yes. There's only nothingness outside this ship. Sometimes it spits out ghosts born out of the world's ashes, and they wander in. The sight of you saddens us, for we mourn you. Alas, there's nothing we can do to help you, since you do not exist. I'm genuinely fucking lost here. I don't know what it wants out of me. Oh, wait, he did say he wanted to speak to the tech shaman. This must be them. Elderly tech shaman looks up at you with dim eyes. Smells strongly of exhaust fumes. You come to speak to the great Pref ghosts. Pref will not speak your lesser tongue, but I can help. I can interpret. Let's look at him. The aging barbarian's skin is covered in tattoos of mechanisms, as if the ink drawings of cogs could pass for actual augmetics. Wires and scraps of flex tubing are braided into his hair, blood shards from a broken data slate screen. Cogitator circuit boards hang on threads from his large ceremonial drum. I am registering Category 6, 7, and 8 blasphemies in this tribesman's vestments. Only enlightened tech priests are authorized to dismantle and interact with the bodies of sacred machines, and painting the skin in crude imitation of true flesh is a profane mockery. It is how I venerate the iron spirits who have done their duty and passed into nothingness, Ghost. I do this in the hope that I may gain some of their wisdom. This statement is false. I am not registering any veneration. How do you talk to Pref? Tech Shaman raises the roaring mechanical sensor and inhales a lungful of its aromatic exhaust fumes. Tribesman's eyes grow dim. He puts his hand on his drum. His fingers strike the taut synthetic leather with remarkable deftness and rhythm, like this. Pascal frowns and says darkly, I am registering a Blast it. Layman, this blessed smoke is meant for the sacred machines, not your lungs. And the tech priest falls silent, listens carefully. Before uttering in astonishment, this primitive melody is a language. Our language. Variety of rhythm-based tech vernacular in which meaning is created by the lengths of pauses between the signals. The Iron Priests of Fenris can speak by Narek using flutes, drums, and bone rattles. Some of the rituals they use to appease machine spirits loathe the sound of the vox. Who is Pref? Our deck's great patron spirit, protects it and watches over everything that happens on it. Pref used to be a kind father to us until wicked people tricked him. That was when he disowned the mortals who lived here. He wiped the names of everyone who used to be under his patronage from his memory, no longer recognized their faces. Since then, Pref has been a harsh and cruel-hearted master who is deaf to our prayers. Pascal? Logic succeeded. Pref. Hypothesis. The barbarian is using this debased designation to refer to a prefect enumerator, an especially sacred cogitator served by all of the deck's junior machine spirits. I am registering a Category 6 blasphemy. The tribesman claims to communicate with it. Only enlightened adepts of the Omnissiah are permitted to interact directly with a prefect enumerator. Hypothesis. The part of the legend that speaks of disowning the mortals and forgetting their faces describes the removal of access rights from authorized units. For reasons unknown, the prefect enumerator was ordered to cease accepting commands from outsiders. We have come to plead for Pref's benevolence. Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps in a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. Tech Shaman tilts his head and says, The great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him. The prefect enumerator is running an identification procedure. Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority. Machine Spirit speaks a tech priest language. Do we even need the old man? This statement is false. The idiom is a distinctive vernacular most likely only used by the ship's crew. It is intuitively familiar to this unit, but not intelligible. Tell him you're the Messiah of Discontinuing. This unit is Magos Pascal Hahnemann. He hesitates a little, then adds, Some identify him as the Messiah of discontinuing, although that statement is false. That's a way around it. Tech Shaman translates Pascal's words into quick taps on his drum, its dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. Inhales the aromatic exhaust of his roaring sensor, listens carefully, says in a strained voice, "Perhaps Asway should treat your words with respect and not scorn them." Pascal's voice becomes dry and bristly. Machine Spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. Refuses to submit to a stranger's will without a compelling reason. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally, in cases like these, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electric prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by the litany of uninterruptible obedience. I think a show of force is in order. Show this machine its place. Correct. Fucking do it. This statement is true. Pascal extends a hand toward the machine, which is enveloped in showers of sparks. The crack in the tech priest's armored respirator shines a bright green. There is steel in his voice. "My power is my authorization. Acknowledge it, or you will regret it, wayward spirit." Wolfar clutches his charm with one hand, and his battle-ready weapon with the other. You hear him whisper tensely, "Spirit Wolf, shield my soul from the terrors of the warp and the ire of angered spirits." The tech shaman shouts out in fear and shakes his drum frantically. "Griff acknowledges your power, Ghost. He does. He asks why you seek his friendship." A pained rattle comes from Pascal's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. It looks as though he has a sudden toothache, and then says with effort, "Hypothesis. The Prefect Enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit?" You know the answer yourself, Pascal. I have come to discontinue the cycle. Tech Shaman listens to the crackling that comes in response and opens his mouth to say something, only for Pascal to interrupt him in a tone of authority. The Prefect Enumerator has stated that he knows my name and is familiar with my power. He respects my mission and grants me a place within the crew's chain of command. Your work here is done, Binaric Interpreter. Pascal looks at you and adds with a slight surprise, I remember this language now. Or, more precisely, this unit used to know it, and now it remembers having known it. Fucking what? Tech Priest turns toward the wall with the sacred mechanisms concealed inside it and says doubtfully, I am registering an anomaly. The data exchange deviated from the standard registration procedure. The Prefect Enumerator was commanded to limit the number of people who have clearance to issue orders, including even high-ranking tech priests from other ships. It was tasked with defending the Observatorium as if it were under siege. Our mutual introduction rather resembled an exchange of secret passwords. Alright, let's try this again. Show him the Prefect Enumerator's authorization and confirms your right to give orders. Hypothesis. As soon as the lift going up to the Observatorium is operational, we will be attacked. The deck guard will activate and attack us, requesting confirmation of readiness for combat. Argenta, are we ready? Yes. Cassia, are we ready? Yes. Alright, we're good. Are you going to ask me? You know what? Yes. You know what? That was unkind of me. Ulfar, are we ready? Yes. Alright. And mine and Pascal's answers don't matter, so we're ready. Are we? Pascal, you know it doesn't matter what you or I do in this fight. Each of us are probably going to kill one, maybe two people each. Argenta's going to get like 30 to 40 of them, and Ulfar's probably going to get, maybe 5 or 10. But Argenta's going to kill them all. You and I are going to do jack shit. Cassia is going to make Argenta just keep doing stuff somehow. I don't know how she does that, but it works. But we're good. Raising his voice, the tech priest solemnly repeats his command to the servitor. An intricate, monumental, and piercing binaric aria pours from Pascal's vox. Encoded in its signals is Haneman's authority to give orders on this ship. Servitor stares at Pascal with visored eyes and bows his head awkwardly. Regalia identified. I greet the venerable Magos and will execute the order presently. Lift system activated. Servitor's last words are drowned out by a harrowing screech that rolls across the deck as several shrill voices wail. Security perimeter breach for the amnesia. Oh, the Skitari woke up. Qatari are really cool. They actually, I think they're like my favorite basic unit among the like 40k stuff. I'll admit outright, like I've said before, I don't know that much about the tabletop game, but I like the Skitarii. They look cool. Too bad this doesn't count as cover somehow. No, this side of it does. Sure, there's a reason that someone thought of at some point. Not good sightlines here. Oh yeah, these guys have a lot of health. Might actually take Argenta all of her attacks to get rid of them all. This guy. He'll be the front line. That seems to go just far enough. Yeah, can you see this guy? You can, so you can get him right at the end. Go, Argenta. Go, Argenta.
High momentum.
Alright, this lets you see damn near everything. We'll start with you. They're all slightly damaged. That's fun. Each additional attack increases damage.
High momentum.
Momentum's high again already. Let's deal with this guy before he starts raining down hell. Alright, Cassia can finish him off. That worked. Now, Argenta, just take another turn. You know what? 3 turns in the first round of combat seems fair to me. If it doesn't seem fair to you, sounds like a you problem. Not a me problem.
High momentum.
Come on over here. Go here and kick the Skitari. Shoot this guy. And see if a bullet or two get... Oh, a crit for 300 damage. Sweet. Get back into some cover, Cassia. Can't quite, but you can laser this guy. Look at that, Cassia, you killed a guy. Alright, it's Argenta's turn now. And there we go. That's how combat just goes for me. Argenta kills them all. Occasionally helped by some other people depending on when her turn happens. You know, once in a blue moon. Mezzo pattern arc rifle, This one didn't turn back on. Armor and augmatics are undamaged, yet they're dead. What killed them? I guess the other ones weren't dead. Your buddy has new emotes? Cool. I'll hopefully get emotes of my own at some point. I have the right to have them, I'd have to either make them myself and they'll look bad, or pay someone to do it. Oh, sweet. We love the Sisters of Battle. They are all of this team's damage. One of them specifically. Face of the tech priest standing opposite is hidden behind a brass mask. Rather than being one piece, it is assembled from the fragments of many augmetics. You've met this man before. He's called Brass Whisper, member of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's retinue. There you are, tech brother. Brass Whisper's voice is raspy and punctuated. His gaze is turned toward Pascal. The salutatory procedure will be performed, and the identification codes verified after the priority request has been executed. Tell me where the blessed Amornaut is. Pascal's voice clangs like steel. Cracked chuckle comes from behind the mask. You still don't understand. You're from Calcazar's retinue. Does he have anything to do with this? Marginally. You used to play a major role in this story. Not anymore. This meeting is held upon my initiative. Brass Whisper surveys the Inquisition soldiers and warriors of the Omnissiah standing motionless. That said, I am still under the protection of the Lord Inquisitor of the Cognizance Fleet. Keep that in mind. Locals spoke of a ghost without a face. They mean you? Response, affirmative. In order to move the Hermetico out of the procession of the damned, we had to disturb the pitiful locals. What's going on here? We intend to discontinue the cycle. Is that not obvious? Fucking no, it's not. There's a note of sarcasm in Brass Whisper's croaking voice. Speak or I will rip your memories out, along with the Ferrum Sanctum implanted in your brain. Pascal enunciates each word as he activates his drilling mechanendrite. What do you know of Amornaut? The hollow, pained laughter from behind the brass mask is amplified by its echo. I know everything. Fucking share. Looking? How absurd. You lack the very concept of what you were looking for, layman. I'm gonna kill him. Argenta, let me kill this one. I want to shove a shotgun into his rectum if he still has one, and I don't want to see anything but the barrel come out of his mouth, and then I'm gonna pull the trigger and see what happens. Gonna get it out of his mouth, then I'm gonna pull it back slightly, and just boom. Yes, let me do that. All the other ones you can cleanse with holy bullets. You expect to find a man, and Amonat never was one. He was never one person. The Amonat Collective was created by a group of tech priests who renounced individuality and merged into a hive mind. A mind that reasoned algorithmically, but was guided by the principles and convictions of a righteous spirit. A superego that brought them one step closer to the Omnissiah. You're looking for Archmagos Amonat, you say? Something clicks inside Brass Whisper's mask. His voice becomes louder and harsher, as if coated in liquid metal. He has been by your side all this time. I knew it. Ulfar, you sick bastard! He very clearly means the tech priest. This statement is false. The hypothesis is without merit. Brass Whisper interrupts with a forceful shout. As the cycle coils in multitudinous loops, it intersects with itself. And locks us in a cage of data vows. Pascal shudders as if struck by the motive force itself. Mechanendrites rise like steel wings behind his shoulders. The voice from his Vox speaker takes on an otherworldly profundity and power. And therefore the cycle must be discontinued. You saying Pascal is part of that hive mind? He was its original creator. The Amonat Collective was designed to be a philosopher and a researcher. The concepts he produced were so powerful they almost destroyed the Cognizance fleet. Then he faced an unsolvable dilemma. That was when Amonat came apart. The 7 constituent servants of the Omnissiah hid their own memories from themselves behind false personas, were sent off to various parts of the Coronis Expanse. They went into hiding. Each had to live in solitude for many decades, accumulating observations and eventually bringing that experience to a reunited Amonat who would tackle the dilemma once more. And that would be the Restoration. My Lord Captain, please discontinue me. I don't know, I kind of want bathwater to stay, on the shelves. I don't want to discontinue my bathwater. And again, if I do, I get to keep it all for myself, and no one else can have Gamer Girl bathwater. You'll be discontinued. You only watch my streams. Alright, I think we're going somewhere we might agree on then. I suppose not only mine, anyone who's already had you in their stream can still get you again. But, yes, Master. 211 Terran years. It was such a long time ago. Did I forget to read that? It'd be the Restoration, right. Companion looks overwhelmed and pensive. So the tech priests of the name Hanuman are all parts of Amonat? Yes. 6 mental keynotes. Demence was paranoia. After the separation, he sensed that his memory was a web of lies, and that feeling drove him to the depths of madness. Tarsus was faith, fiery and unyieldy. Axiomantha was logic, unclouded by emotion or value judgments. Abel was her good twin, imagination. He did not know his past, just like the others, but he felt more than they did. He was always different. He returned? Hey, Vintage, I didn't know you left. That was why he was the first to get close to the Restoration. One of the first. Pascal was judgment, the moderator of the cognitive process, the one who makes the decision. Pascal's voice rises to the vault of the observatorium and rumbles beneath it like thunder. And Niall. Brass mask starts to unlock with a hissing sound. The augmentics bend back, revealing a face disfigured by burns. A woman's face with a pair of darkly radiant, vibrant eyes. Skepticism. The one who doubts. Did I not believe he could form again? The plan sounds risky. The Restoration was statistically calculated on a level beyond your comprehension, layman. I'm gonna kill her. Billions of variables were taken into account. Countless scenarios went into the development of optimal strategies. 2 Amonat units meeting each other was an inevitable certainty. The matching identifiers were to be a spark that would start a chain reaction. That was precisely what happened. A ringing brittleness enters Pascal's voice. We were motivated by the perfect stimuli. Curiosity, anxiety, shame. Each part of us was hostage to the legend of a betrayal it had committed, for suffering drove us to search and strive. What was the dilemma? Its name was Eschatos, the secret to the right of putting a machine spirit to death. A technology embodying the discontinuing of the cycle. Was it meant to exist? Or was it the acme of profanity against the Omnissiah and his creation? Pascal continues Brass Whisper's speech in a lofty tone. Eschatos was the perfect weapon against the creations of the Omnissiah that had been corrupted by enemies, but also against his faithful servants. Its spread could bring victory to the Imperium, or it could destroy it. Eschatos could spell the end of the Adeptus Mechanicos, for it was the perfect answer to the power wielded by the cult of the Machine God. Was it a blessing or a curse? There was no answer. Protraction was unacceptable. Or, hear you out. Alright, but I will pause to hear you out. Vintage. Control-Alt-Delete? Not an option at this point. And also, that won't kill the machine spirit. That would just let you turn it off temporarily. Put it into maintenance mode. The spirit would still be in there, it just wouldn't be able to act. It's not the same thing. There was no answer. Protraction was unacceptable, so a way was found to shelve the issue. Nael gives a raspy sigh. And I found the answer. Eschatos should not exist. We will correct our mistake. What is Eschatos? The power of machine negation. Sure, you could screw something up in Task Manager. You could piss off the machine spirit for sure, but that wouldn't mean it would stop working. It would stop doing what you want it to do for certain, but it would keep doing whatever the fuck it felt like. It might get corrupted and start killing you. Might turn into an abominable intelligence. Non-zero chance. If you fuck with it too much. New spheric signal that interrupts any and all life created by the Omnissiah. Green flash runs along the crack in Pascal's respirator. The power that I used to tap into, unconsciously. Shared knowledge lay dormant inside the mind of every Amarnat unit. You tried to decrypt the other Hanuman's neural cogitators, did you not? But to no avail. It was you who created the cipher that locked Amarnat's memory. You were the maimed hunter. You tried to kill the other Hanumans. This statement is true. I was admitted into the Lord Inquisitor's retinue and authorized to study a dangerous artifact taken from Amarnat. It tried to exert some kind of influence on me, but my data vows protected me. Niall Hanuman touches her scarred face. A short circuit awakened some of my memories. I conducted an analysis, solved the Eschatos dilemma, and began to act. My agents all but terminated Tarzus, but he hid under an armor of martyrdom and insanity. Does seem to do your first PC anyway? Yeah. An attempt to intercept Pascal and alter Templum Calixis X-17 failed because Abel had summoned him. The assassins caught up to him at the Rycad Minor starport, but he was able to escape again. Another group went after Abel, only to perish at an Electro-Priest monastery. You dispatched Immense, who had lapsed into heresy. Axiomantha simply disappeared until she suddenly turned up dead on Euphrates II. I have no idea how she managed to hide from me. Idiot. Calcazar was harboring Axiomantha the whole time. She was working for him. I am registering a lie. Lord Inquisitor shared my conviction that Amarnat's legacy had to be destroyed. He was summoned to the Cronus Expanse by loyal members of the Cognizance Fleet in order to depose Amarnat. It was his troops that attacked the Hermetico in an attempt to obliterate our schismatic creation. So that was how you got on board the ship and into the observatorium, Niall. Our traitorous tech comrades gave Calcazar the access codes to the bridge, and he gave them to you. Acute conviction vibrates on Pascal's voice as he makes these quiet statements of fact. He's not asking questions, he is passing judgment. You were deceived, sister. Calcazar appropriated our work. He continued our research, no longer bound by the Omnissiah's canon. And you enabled him by destroying those who could return and reclaim his bloodied prize. Lies. Something you have not heard before creeps into Niall's voice. A note of fear. What happens now? The decision is his to make. Niall points to Pascal, as always. Committed space plagiarism? I think it's a step or two worse than that. It's more like space... It is plagiarism, but it's plagiarism where you murdered the creator and just said you made it. So it's more like Edison's level of plagiarism. Hal's voice is imperiously metallic. Tech brother, I offer you the chance to yield peacefully to a fate that will please the Omnissiah. Do not resist your termination. You will pass into oblivion as my friend and fellow believer. Ah! Pascal's reply sweeps Niall's words away like a gust of wind. His optical visor turns a blinding blue. No, tech sister. Refraining from resistance was never our way. I am an explorator, a reconnoiter of knowledge. I have brought fire to 100 worlds. I have gleaned 1,000 secrets in the darkness. I am an agent of unbridled will. I will not yield to oblivion, for oblivion itself fears me. This is my companion, Pascal Hahnemann. You made a mistake in meddling with him. You wanted me to awaken, tech sister. Here I am, holding you to account. Now's disfigured lips twist, and seeds of dismay sprout in her voice. I lured you here for a reason, Pascal. Wanted you to see what our followers had become. This is what deviation from dogma ends in. Reach of canon begets ignorance. Ignorance begets blasphemy. All we did was breed corruption. Schism. Remember when they came to depose us? We resisted them and destroyed this ship. A sacred relic. An Arch Mechanicus older than our priesthood itself. Here in this hall, we released Eschatos and allowed an unconscionable heresy to happen. Do you remember? Do you remember how you got your cleft jaw? Pascal looks thoughtful as he touches the crack running across his armored respirator. A green spark runs through the deep gash left by an enemy's weapon in the metal. And it sufficed for you to merely show up in the expanse again for the schism to rear its head once more. The Cognizance fleet is already being torn apart by a fratricidal war. Is that what we wanted? Let us finish this. Let us discontinue the cycle. Now the words of the one who once called herself Brass Whisper sound more like a plea. The voice that answers her is no human voice. Could belong to a giant void ship or forge world if they could speak. You violated procedure, skepticism. You usurped the function of another. You challenge only. You do not make decisions. I do. You're right, Pascal. You're the decision maker. Pascal extends a mechadendrite towards Niall and pronounces, Tech sister, my judgment of you and your actions is one of condemnation. Tampering with procedure is unacceptable. Sabotaging the experiment is apostasy. For your betrayal, your vital functions will be terminated in the name of the Messiah of Discontinuing. A greenish pulse of energy is born inside Pascal's augmetics and darts towards Niall like a furious lightning bolt. Holy shit! Oh, damn. The green energy entangles Niall like a net, burning her true flesh, draining the life force from her augmetics and mechanical components. She focuses her will and strikes back at Pascal with a pulse of her own. The rattling voice, no longer human, rages and roars like a forest fire. I refuse to recognize you as the Messiah. I do not believe in you. That is your problem. You have always been too skeptical. Let the cycle be discontinued. Yeah, this is nowhere near as dangerous as some of the other fights we've been in. Although, let's check real quick. 90% armor and 7 deflection is nothing to scoff at. But... oh, what's this about? Ah. Nope, nope, that's Cassia. There is no cover at all here. You know what? We'll make some cover. Ulfar! Cover the little one. I'll be, suppose I'll also get in the way, why not? First of all, this shall be the front line. I guess this can be the back line for now. Rear, I didn't think this through. You can do this for her attack this turn. Do it. It's not often we're in a position where she can actually do that.
High momentum.
Firearm mastery. See, embrace the machine. Unit fatigue, disturb, perplex, Vescatos. I don't know why Argenta's taking damage, apparently. I mean, it's all getting nullified, but it's still there. Yep. Yeah, to interrupt my turn. Yeah, that's real nice. Never a fan of that. Oh, cool. I didn't even get to finish it.
High momentum.
You know what, Argenta? I decided no. Alright, just got a full heal for free. That's real cool. Up. Yep, there it goes. That's what we were looking for. Oh, right. Yep, fire enough bullets, eventually they'll die. And kick the servitor. Oh, this one's gonna get a turn. It's not gonna do fucking anything, but, you know, you got it. Ah. Reload. Oh, you healing yourself? No, you attacked Cabela. Whatever will she do to murder you? Go get him. We'll let him get away with that, girl. It's exceptionally rude of him to do. Alright, Ulfar, what do you want to do today? Use a gun? Can't blame you for that one, buddy.
Low momentum.
Axe. And deck. God, Archmilitant is busted. And now you win. I'll destroy this ship. Stop. Thou shalt not create a schism. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic. I'll be taking this. Yoink. Like the hand of a deity, the mechadendrite extends over Nile, lying convulsing on the deck. I did not want this, Tech Sister, but the procedure must be completed. Farewell. His claw carefully removes a mangled, soot-covered neural cogitator from Brass Whisper's head. The tech priest shudders, and peace descends over her disfigured face. Look at Pascal. The tech priest looks the same as before, yet different. His morbid aura of martyrdom has given way to a calm and powerful halo of purposefulness. His mechadendrites move with the grace of an inscrutable dance. The scars left by loss and doubt have turned into dark threads on a radiant body, confident in its next step. And his voice. A voice born in the nuclear font of a star and hardened in the cold of the interplanetary void. Sorry about the death of your tech sister. So am I. Tech Priest's inscrutable gaze is fixed upon the body once inhabited by Pascal's shared mind. The voice from the Vox is like the tolling of bells summoning a host of angels. I declare the period of ignorance over, and will resume execution of the general algorithm. Integrity has been rehabilitated to a satisfactory degree. Memory access has been restored. I remember everything. Pascal turns to you and gives you a long look brimming with quiet elation. Are you Amarnat? This statement is true. Pascal's stock phrase sounds more complex and more human than before. I carry within me his memory and his logical foundation. I am us. I am Amarnat. Thank you for the path we have walked. As Pascal bows, his thin shoulders seem to take an eternity to descend from the heights that his mind has soared to. And I am sorry about what happened to Theodora. Did you know Theodora? We were allies. She entrusted me with studying a trophy she had obtained. The voice from the Vox grows quiet and hoarse, as though coming from a distant past. We, Amarnat, discovered the basic ways of communicating with it. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. It terrified me. So I developed its antidote, Eschatos, the concept for the ultimate interruption of machine life. That was why every one of our shards was located so close to you and to the Von Valancius domain. We were counting on her finding us, and extending us her aid and protection. What are you? Or what were you? A higher form of intelligence. A collective of computational tools freed from the limitations of individualism, and the aberrations that stem from having a distinct personality. And at the same time, a collective bound by a single set of principles that are of equal importance to all, being pure of faith in the Omnissiah, and acting for the benefit of humanity. We were different. Each one of us considered the prospects of such an experiment, but I was the first to gain the resolve to attempt it. Nile joined the project to effect control over it. She regarded the experiment as dangerously close to a blasphemous act of creation. The Conclave had ordered her to end my research. She became convinced of the possibility of its success. Nile reinforced our union with the prudence of Demence, a meticulous and reserved auditor, a danger seeker. I strengthened our genius with the fiery faith of the warrior Tarzus, in order to banish the shadows of false ideas. Axiomantha, who teetered on the brink of becoming a Malitech, was chosen by us for her loyalty to ruthless logic and her cold scrutiny, or indeed dissection, of our theories. Abel, Grief fills Pascal's voice. A quiet genius. The caged genius of imagination. The abstract artist of code. His talent completed the collective and made it a whole. What next? What's the general algorithm? A judgment has been passed. Should the secret of Eschatos exist or be shunned as a false path? And should I exist? That is we, Amarnat. Amarnat was a union of 6 tech priests. All but a few of them are dead now. How does Amarnat still exist? Everything Amarnat was at the moment of the disconnection has now awoken in my mind. We are at the point where we stopped. The Amarnat Collective was envisioned as a dynamic structure. We need new minds. The Collective can be replenished with worthy minds from among those aboard the Hermetico. Sincerity is present in their motives and faith. They are intuitively capable of comprehending the notion of discontinuing the cycle. Our collective memory can compensate for their lack of knowledge and memory of the rites. Restoration is possible. Pascal, or what used to be known as Pascal, makes a sacred gesture. Green sparks run down his mechanical arm, but the judgment must be passed first. What are you leaning toward? As Pascal gazes upon the body of his fallen tech sister, his voice sounds stern and mournful. Niall violated the procedure, and thus her functions had to be terminated. But that does not mean she was wrong. What I see, the destructive power of Eschatos, the entropic energy this secret emanates. I cannot guarantee that Eschatos remains controllable. I cannot guarantee that its existence pleases the Omnissiah. Graceful dance of the mechadendrites takes on a more comprehensible, symmetrical pattern. I am leaning toward the idea that both Eschatos and Amarnat must cease to exist. What will the destruction of Eschatos mean for you? A shower of sparks bursts from the power unit on Pascal's shoulders, burning holes in his scarlet hood. An act of self-sacrifice. I'll destroy the data concerning this technology and the methods of reproducing it. I will burn it out of my neural circuits, along with everything that led to its creation. Amarnat will be no more. Only a damaged and incomplete shard of him will remain. Pascal Hanemon. Interesting. This is fascinating, actually. I'm thinking here. I'm actually not sure. This is a question... Like, this isn't a question I've had time to ponder for my character. But... Really, this whole question is dropping right now. I think this is a terrible idea. Trying to get this without the rest... I feel like Eschatos without the rest of the power and knowledge of Amarnat is a recipe for disaster. So I'm thinking not this. So, like, Pascal by himself with Eschatos, I feel like there is... We've seen other individuals could be corrupted, so... That does not fill me with confidence. Reeks of heresy. Actually, I'm not sure if it is heresy. Even Pascal doesn't know if it's heresy. And that's the big question. I feel like... This power needs if this power should exist, it needs to exist in very, very deliberate hands, like Amernot's. Like, not the, definitely not the hands of, individuals. Amernot's the only one you could trust with it. The idea of a collective that can debate itself in some regard, that can avoid a bad end and avoid corruption by that means. I feel like it could make it work. Namina hamina, namnaf shnamina. I'm actually... Okay, only you can make the decision, because I can't. Jesus, fuck! Pascal throws back his head, and the power brimming in his voice rushes forth like a flood. The tech priest's booming voice is heard throughout the ship, echoed by every Vox speaker on every deck. I once broke the Omnissiah's tenets. I overstepped the limits placed on knowledge. I was guilty of a transgression. We all were. Now I see just how poisonous is the fruit Eschatos bore. It sowed schism and strife among the Cognizance fleet, and my closest tech brothers and tech sisters with whom I shared my thoughts. And therefore, my verdict is harsh. The knowledge of Eschatos comes not from the Omnissiah, but from perverse forces inimical to him. I sentence it to oblivion. I curse the fruit of every labor ever undertaken in its name, and I reformat every particle of memory that contains its knowledge. May the right be unshakable. May the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood be as one. May Amernot and the heresy of discontinuing the cycle lapse into oblivion forever. Green lightning bolts produced by Pascal's Vox strike his cogitator and turn white-hot. Then they subside and fade away like ghosts. A pained sigh comes from Pascal's Vox. When he turns to you, his eyes crease slightly, as if he's smiling weakly behind his respirator unit. I think it is over. I did what was right. Alright, that's what Pascal came to. Let's do some looting now. Reinforced flak armor. Yeah, what's Nile got on her? Mars Flattern Hand Flamer. Omniacin Axe. Wow, that's fucking strong. Vid Capture Relay. Whenever the wearer's ally under the effect of the joint analysis ability hits a target with an exploit, the wearer gains +5 perception. Okay. Overcharge Gloves. Overcharge on Plasma Weapon. Ignores deflection. Deals extra damage. Cool. Where you use Machine Spirit Commune. Intelligence increased by 5 for each affected target until the end of combat. 16 less impact and energy damage. Where it suffers impact or energy damage, the attacking enemy suffers 8 power damage. Ah. That's what was happening. You can at least have this new axe. This other stuff doesn't really matter. Yeah, store it all away, we'll sell it somewhere. if we ever feel like it. Nope, goods over here. Pascal, baby, buddy, amigo. Stuff over here. Goods. Executor. Executor? Whatever. Let's get the fuck out of here. Your Lordship, we're observing a large squadron of Adeptus Mechanicus forces. Many of the ships are badly damaged. Judging by the position of the servants of the Omnissiah, they are divided into two groups. Dare say they were fighting not long ago. Picking up a signal from one of the ships. Ship is identified as a Von Lancius Dynasty vessel. You're being hailed by a representative of the Explorer Cognizance fleet. Query. The statement that the Messiah is dead, true. The statement that the schism has been ended, true. They wish to know if their fratricidal battle should continue. What do you think I should answer, Ingoth? The statement is true. The heresy has been exterminated. There's no more reason for bloodshed, I guess. Picking up active Vox exchange on encrypted frequencies between the explorer ships. Incoming message. Cognizance fleet praises the end of the schism. The nonconformity will be overcome. The purity of the ritual shall be restored. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Good to know. All these explorer flotillas. I think I'm not too far from Footfall, where I gotta go demand some answers out of the Inquisitor. Footfall's over there. Oh yeah, Nino Origin, whatever. Da-da-da. Ah. Noted. Pudabundus. Calcazar, you shit. Not bringing Heinrichs with me. Heinrich, stay on the ship. If Heinrich tries to leave, shoot him in the fucking head. Come on. You can do it. Come on, game. There it goes. Finally. Ah, I see something happened while I was gone. The old servant casts a sharp, appraising glance at you. I can be of use to your lordship. The hall bears the marks of a cleanup. Quick, thorough, and unceremonious. The smell of ash from burned reports hangs in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder of it is the elderly servant sticking out like a nail amid the emptied space. Where's Calcazar? Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission. Rusher's colorless voice matches his starkly unhelpful reply. Abandoned you here, then? My master has no need of my services on his present expedition. I was tasked with cleaning up. As soon as the conversation turns to Calcazar, deferential and ecstatic overtones brighten the servant's dry voice. Wish to know where he is gone. I was instructed to tell your lordship that the Lord Inquisitor advises against making that inquiry. The outrageously rude words are spoken in an impeccably polite tone. Tell me where he went, or else. That was a mistake. Blade appears in Frusher's hand. Common Cadian pattern. Monomolecular edged bayonet knife. A common Cadian pattern, monomolecular edged bayonet knife whose handle is covered in scratches from years of use. The gleaming blade makes a series of lingering flashes on your retinas. You very narrowly dodge the stabs aimed at your eyes and throat, grab hold of the man's wrist, which might as well be made of stone, start twisting it out of its cracking joint. Rushing elbow blow connects with your jaw, but the lightning-fast hand-to-hand fight ends in your victory before you even realize you've been attacked. What are you doing, wretch? My master told me to stay behind to prevent the possibility of pursuit. Your meddling in the Inquisition's affairs is a mistake. You're no mere servant. Where'd you learn to hit like that? Cadian assault. Date and circumstances of enlistment in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue classified. Servant squeezes out a venomous smile. Ulfar grouse only. Cadian, I've seen your breed in action. True warriors. And you weren't born with a hole where your heart should be. I can see it in your eyes. How could such a beast agree to be the Inquisitor's hound? And you have worked your way into his inner circle. Why does he want you so close at hand? To frighten and slay innocents? To spy for him? The weak smile, Frosher replies calmly. For my courage, sir. Tell me where Calcazar's gone and you'll live. Don't you see he's abandoned you? Always faithful, your lordship. I'm going to... alright. This is going to hurt then. You'll tell me everything in the end. Let me ask you again. Where's Calcazar gone? Courageous spirit can overcome anything, but weak, pain-fearing flesh can't. Frosher's nerves begin to snap under your pressure. He blurts out, Porta Septentum, Dimensional Gate. Servant bites his tongue furiously, livid at his body's faithless weakness. No further use for you. Yes, I've failed him. Yeah, I figured he'd want this part anyway. At least not let him live with the humiliation of failure. I want to loot him. Just a knife. An entire group of people salutes you. Most of them, an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others, bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. Here's the news of your impending departure is already spread throughout the station. Leaving us, are you, your lordship? Vladimir Tokara is once again in his clean, decorous imperial bureaucrat persona, as if the cutthroat who carved himself a bloody path back to the Legion's throne never existed. There is word among my flock that rogue trader von Valancius is going on a perilous journey, so accept this blessing for the journey, noble and Goth. Communicative interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange, strengthening ties and delivering a gift, material assets, a donation, to an ally. Barely got the news the Lord Inquisitor had left his cozy footfall perch, and now you're off on a long journey too. Rizza grins contentedly. I might as well come to see an old acquaintance. An officer in Imperial Navy uniform folds his hand in the signs of the Aquila. In honor of your lordship, here on my superior's order to pay my respects to House von Valancius. You come to me to wish me good luck, Vladaim? Yes, your lordship. You're a valuable business partner. I'd much like to take our trade relationship to a higher level of trust. When you're back from your expedition with trophies, remember I can offer the best price. Keep up the good work, but remember, running your business under my protection now. Have no doubt in my memory, your lordship. House von Valancius can always count on a worthy percentage of my organization's income as thanks for your generous patronage. Is blessing me the only thing you're here to do, Hieronymus? What gift of greater value could I bring you? Our mission may not be among your dynasty's closest confidants, yet your deeds are laudable. Cult of St. Drusus highly value their spiritual relations with you. We will pray for you in your coming endeavor. The Emperor help you in your undertaking. Keep the faith, young von Valancius. Why have you come, Opticon? This unit regrets, is disappointed at, is indignant at, the fact that links of sufficiently high priority have not been established. Seldom cooperate with the exporters. I've tried, they don't want any of the shit I have. Between House von Valancius and the Cognizant's fleet. Unable to place any research assets at the disposal of House von Valancius, this unit, hopes, prays, is counting on the reliability of the prediction. Your expedition will be successful. Glory to the Omnissiah, Tech Priest. Glory to the Emperor, Rogue Trader. The best of functional prosperity to you. Rizza, you here to discuss business or you just wish me good luck? Wish you good luck. Avoided doing business with the Fellowship of the Void, but perhaps that may change in the future? If your back and your hold is bursting with trophies, you can find me at the Amesicus. Drinks are on me. No shenanigans on the way. I'll be strung up as soon as I'm back. Rizza stifles a chuckle. I hope you don't forget old Rizza. You know, pick a softer rope for old time's sake. What are your orders? My commanders tasked me with letting you know they strongly value our allyship with House von Valancius. Though at this time we've not managed to build a powerful alliance, they believe that we'll have to be able to strengthen our treaties and bring the light of the Imperium to the Expanse going forward, someday. Values its association with you. Protect the Expanse while I'm away. Do not forget our duty, your lordship. These stars will be ours. Time to depart. Farewell. Multitude of voices answers you with good luck wishes, blessings, parting advice, words of respect, shouting over each other but alike in their sincerity. For a second, you feel especially clearly that you likely will not see any of these people ever again. Back to the ship. Your lordship, we have a long expedition ahead of us. It would be reasonable to replenish supplies, ammunition, spare parts, better equipment. Those we're about to face. Sensible piece of advice. Still have unfinished business at Footfall. Actually, don't, but I want to do a little thing first before we do this. We'll see about selling the last of the stuff to the groups. Try to get them all at least a bit higher. Yeah. Shipping and transportation. Alright. That is the last... Okay, that's their rep capped out. Good. Where does the Fellowship's rep cap out at? Way fucking higher. See the ones I can cap, potentially. Dragon Scale Power Armor. This is power armor for Pascal, wow. Wouldn't help us anything, really. I have not given anyone power armor proficiency. Let's take all this stuff, though. Crusade Plate Helmet. Huh. Astartes only. Whereas heavy weapon attacks gain 50% damage but never critically hit. Not great. Blade Wings. Where can spend all their movement points to move to any cell within movement range. Movement does not trigger attacks of opportunity. In a movement, the wearer automatically performs a melee area attack with their primary weapon against all adjacent enemies. Huh. Wearer always has the highest initiative in combat. Mantle of Extermination. Wearer kills an enemy with an area attack, whereas allies gain 5% crit hit chance of the wearer's next turn stacks. Meh. Boots of Kazarkin. Cover the wearer has 100% cover efficiency against area attacks but never dodges them. Suffer 50% less damage from area attacks. Wearer uses a grenade, it hits at least 3 enemies at once for the first time in combat, does not spend AP. Kinda cool. Dogmatic Zealot. It's medium, though. Wearer cannot fail any willpower or toughness test while in combat. 15% armor if toughness is above 70. Wow. Get you guys up, I like these guys. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Meh. Fortress World, heavy armor. Meh. Omniscience Holy Symbol. 20 tech use and 20 logic. Reroll failed tech use or logic test once per test. Wow. Swashbuckler. 2 melee weapons equipped, gain 10 weapon skill and 15% crit damage. Neat. Arch Militant Boots. Performs a melee attack after range attack. Target of the melee attack should pass a toughness test or get knocked prone. Meh. Heliarch's Gloves. Taxi. Oh yeah, that's Drakari shit. Tyrant. The Toxin Pistol. Demolitionist Goggles. Another wearer fails a demolition skill test, they immediately re-roll it using agility instead of demolition. Ah. Breacher's Bracers. Where it pushes, next attack against that target in the same round deals 10% damage stacks. Astartes Chainsword. Drakari gear I don't need. Drakari gear I don't need. Hit chance of all range attacks made against the wearer and their allies by 21%. Oh. But it's Iconoclast. Emergency Drill. Special attack called Drilling Strike. They cost 7 AP, wow. Acrobatics Graves. Stacks of acrobatic trick equal to their MP. Can be used until the end of combat. Spend a stack of acrobatic trick to reroll an attack or to avoid an attack. And I'm out of tradable stuff, it looks like. The Void Heretic stuff, only the Imperial Navy wants it, so they're so ridiculously easy to cap. If you just do all the stuff. That's all the mercantile I can do. Da-da-da. Ancient Dimensional Gate. Lord Captain will have to venture into the unknown. Porta Septemum. All the way over there. Actually, that's not that far. Yeah, surprising number of just green jumps to get there. Gonna follow ya, you bastard. No telling what awaits you beyond the gate. One thing you know for certain, there will be no turning back. To the point of no return. Sure that you've taken care of any unfinished business, procured all necessary equipment, explored every world, completed any desired colonial projects. No longer be able to do so after passing through to the other side. Ah, man. Really is the end here, though I wonder how long it'll take to get through the end. Lord Captain, our augurs are detecting energy currents of indeterminable nature within the dimensional gate. Appears to be active. See a number of ships near the gate, and judging by their markings, they belong to Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's personal squadron. I know this place. Calcazar summoned both our packs here to seal this portal to terror and woe. Much blood we did spill that day. Alas, it was not the blood of Xenos or Warp Spawn, but that of the cog priests of Calcazar himself. While they were working on the gate's foul machines, the breath of evil coming from the other side was turning them into frenzied monsters. Look, Captain, don't take it as cowardice. Duty obliges me to ask. You realize this may end up being a one-way voyage, don't you? Switch on Vox communication with all decks. Crew, this is the Lord Captain speaking. I am taking the ship into the unknown, where danger lies and glory awaits. Are you with me? For a while you hear no response. Then the silence is broken by the sound of heavy footfalls. The rhythmic stomping grows louder and louder. Thousands of feet strike the decks as if marching into oblivion under your banner. Onward. No matter what this journey holds for us, I am ready. Yes, Lord Captain. Whatever's waiting out there, beware. Von Valancius is coming. Contact the ships at the gate. I wish to go through. Incoming message. Entering an area declared forbidden. Any attempt to approach the Xeno artifact will be considered an act of rebellion against the Emperor. Leave now and be destroyed. Lord Captain, would you prefer to send a reply with the help of the Vox Clerics or the main gun deck? Main gun deck. Commence the blessed ritual of loading. All decks, begin combat preparations. We are giving battle. You heard the Lord Captain, battle stations. Wait, who in the void is that? Then the enemy ships are breaking formation in haste. Regrouping and falling back to repel an attack from the rear. It's like someone has arrived to lend us a hand. Enemy is scattered. Now's the time to engage. Who's attacking Lord Inquisitor's forces? The augurs detect ships marked with the coat of arms of House Winterscale. And we too shall strike. I did technically fulfill the deal, as far as they need know. I said he died down there, which was technically true. I may have left out the detail that I killed him for being a heretic. Not much else I can do on that front. Get behind him. They have trouble shooting right behind them. It worked! Oof, ouch, oof. Owie. Wow, they're going right for my escort. Now a little bit on me, too. Yep, really fucked themselves over going through that. Yes, laser you a bit. Laser you a lot. You heading. Really turn. Almost got him. I think I got something to finish him off here. I can just do this. Victory! Upgrade time. Lord Captain, they've fired boarding torpedoes. Looks like the enemy has decided to take us down with a single decisive strike. Spin them off in honest combat. Brace for impact. Lord Captain, sound the alarms on all decks. All crew members get ready to repel the boarders. What the fuck? The heavily armored woman eyes you and sneers. A rogue trader. This is a new notch on my gun stock. Never killed one of you before. Ah, fearless, mighty, with a heart as cold as stone. A worthy opponent. A far cry from wretched Xenos and stinking heretics. It will be glorious to slay you. Ulfar greets Kalkazar's assassin with the softest smile you have ever seen on his face. Is that how space wolves flirt? Stand aside, Redbeard, while I cut off the rogue trader's head. I don't want to kill my first Emperor's angel in a hurry. Woman reciprocates with an equally friendly gaze, and you see confusion on the faces of those around you. Barging onto my bridge was a big mistake. Woman lets out a bloodthirsty chuckle. Yes, it was. I was hoping to blow up your ship's reactor and just send bits of you flying into the void. I'm going to enjoy this even more if I do it all myself. This ain't gonna work out for you. Because, well, Argenta's here. And, yeah, you do not have the stats to fight what I'm about to do. To be fair, no one has had the stats to fight what's about to happen yet. So don't think too little of yourself for what I'm about to do to you. Literally no one has survived this without cheating. Oh, psi suppression. Let's have her back up a little. Alright, can't quite see that side, but here will be fine. That was nice. I should have used this first, though. Oh. Yeah, slowly wearing down all your defenses while building up my offense at the same time. I think we're hitting the breaking point. Could have done that slightly sooner.
High momentum.
Damn, that was awesome. Hey, do that again, Argenta.
High momentum.
Yeah. Ah, out of attacks. Except no, she isn't. Can't see that, somehow? Actually, just straight up don't believe you, game. See this guy? You can see this guy. That did almost nothing.
I must not falter.
Oh my god! A friendly NPC actually managed to kill someone. I've never seen that in this game before. Cabela, cut this guy to absolute pieces. There you go. There's our girl. Yep. Yep, there's not... You're not a person anymore. You are chunks of meat. Good job, team. By team, I mostly mean Argenta. And Cassia. None of this is useful. Alright, back to the bridge. I mean, we're on the bridge, but, you know. Who's this now? Oh, it's Generous Danrock. The enemy has been routed, your lordship. Routed? We're receiving a Vox signal requesting we admit a convoy of shuttles on board for an audience. The Augurs have confirmed the shuttles are unarmed and belong to the forces that aided us in battle. We wish us to welcome these visitors. Who is it that wants to come aboard? A road trader Winterscale is on his way aboard a shuttle. Welcome our visitors and usher them to the bridge. The new road trader Winterscale has been chosen then. Or am I gonna have to blow the fuck out of... just blow him the fuck up because it's the same one again. Sporting a holstered auto gun you have not seen before, Generous Danrock clears his throat before he begins. Reporting, Lord Captain. The attack on the ship has been repelled. All decks have been cleared of trespassers. Hull breaches have been or are being mended. We have eminent visitors who wish to congratulate you on your victory. Yvain Winterscale. Young Yvain Winterscale looks at you with a solemn expression. My friend, you've been by my side whenever my dynasty has needed support from a wise ally. Please know this will never be forgotten. After the death of rogue trader Winterscale and Quetzaltemur, I made an agreement with House Winterscale, so the dynasty's heir came to repay his debt to you. Thank you for this visit, Yvain. I've liked to follow you into the fire. I'm afraid I have much in the way of business keeping me here. Emperor protects Goth. We have not received an invitation to your Magna Accessio. Yvain smiles, merely because the ceremony is yet to be held. You had done quite a bit as well before you officially announced yourself as heir. Indeed I did. I have taken the dynamic reins of power, though unfortunately my ascent was not a bloodless one. Now is no time to celebrate. My protectorate stands to perish. I invite you to my ceremony once you've returned. My people are no longer suffering terrifying deaths. What matter of business is keeping you here? My dynasty needs healing. It falls to me to discover new paths to the colonies isolated by the warp storm. To weed out the villainy that has infected Caligos' court. To help the world see his blood dry. To stand up to the Xenos who terrorize the protectorate. To wipe out the Final Dawn infiltrators. To make peace with House Chorda and reclaim the planets taken from us. I don't know if I have the strength to do all that, but I'll not back down. Do not repeat the mistakes of your predecessor. I shall strive to find important lessons in them, so that I may become better, and thus redeem his legacy in the Emperor's eyes. Vane bows his head in sadness. Speaking of legacy, this used to belong to Caligos. It was made for war, but I have no desire to wield it or anything like it. Perhaps it'll be of use to you in your campaign. Heresy only, so no. Factotum, report on the state of the ship and the crew. Minor damage to the outer plating in the midship hull, and negligible personnel losses result of offensive action by enemy boarding parties. Key systems are in order. Engineering reports impeccable compliance on the part of the machine spirits. In other words, we are fully combat ready, Lord Captain. I must get underway. Wasting no time on meaningless good luck wishes, your distinguished guests leave the bridge in solemn and respectful silence. Voidborn raises his ever-gloomy eyes to you. Enemy is defeated, Lord Captain. Ready to begin the spatial translation. Survey the bridge. Dozens of pairs of eyes hang on your every gesture, your every sigh. Every crew member waits with bated breath lest they miss your decisive words. Start the translation procedure.
The ancient gate, long impenetrable for the rogue trader, was at last ready to reveal its secrets. After gathering allies and preparing to venture into the unknown, the Lord Captain plunged headlong into the darkness that held ancient nightmares. And the answers to all his questions.
Oh, son of a fuck. We're on a Necron world. I knew there were Necrons around, but I guess this was the last place they could be. Completed Chapter 4. Translation complete, Lord Captain. Current coordinates unknown and undeterminable. All that's in the ship's immediate vicinity is the dimensional gate. It's gone into passive mode. A large amount of debris. No enemies detected. Lord Ulfar may need to be informed the coordinates his esteemed brothers traveled to match a location somewhere in these star systems. Everything has a reason. The threads of my and my brother's words are tied together. I see Blackmane's will in our meeting finally approaching. Let us find them, Eitvater, for such is our destiny's wish. Happened to the gate. Agency has proposed a hypothesis and has entered some kind of recharge mode. Accumulating enough energy for new translation, it will activate again. At least that's what all of us want to believe. Badly. Kind of debris? Those are ship carcasses. Judging by their markings, they were part of the Lord Inquisitor's fleet and likely acted as a patrol force. Damage doesn't look like it came from any weapon we know. The way the debris is scattered suggests the battle was short. Someone attacked and destroyed every one of them in the blink of an eye. Someone we've never encountered before. Alright, that leads to the question, where the fuck are we? No clue. Going after the Lord Inquisitor. As you command, your lordship. I may just point out the expedition equipment prepared in advance for your lordship and your retinue has been maintained well and is ready for use at your order. You have jumped into an uncharted sector on the edge of the expanse. Dimensional gate is closed and you are currently cut off from the rest of the Cronus expanse. You cannot return to previous systems or chart routes to them. Protectorate management is also unavailable, and you have no way to contact faction trade representatives. There's no way back. It's pointless to look anywhere but ahead. Establish routes to new systems in the uncharted sector on the map and go forth to meet the inevitable. Okay, so there's just a whole new place to explore. Maybe this will go longer than I thought. This might not be the last stream, then. I mean, scan the surface. Officers report the remains of an exploration camp. Which a team of scouts is immediately sent. Scouting party is confused. All the equipment bears the Von Valancius coat of arms. There's no trace of anyone other than the rogue trader serpents. Find out what happened. So many clickbait titles. It's not a clickbait title. I put a question mark in there because I was like, I don't know. Scouts find traces of gunfire on the field equipment. Single unharmed data crypt is found in one of the cogitators. But it's also the only way I can get people to come to the stream, you know? I gotta bait them into clicking, and then no one is interested in my brand of content, so they leave anyways. Single unharmed data crypt is found. Yeah. Group of tech priests successfully decrypt part of the data, including an order to eliminate the exploration team, signed by Theodora von Valancius. Not farther than camp is a pit full of charred bones and fragments of armor bearing the rogue trader's coat of arms. My content is great? Yeah, I agree it's great. It's just... it's very long form and people aren't into that anymore. Scout's report leaves Abelard with conflicting feelings. Despite his certainty that her ladyship Theodora would not give such an order without very good reason, Abelard's expression is somber, like a missionary who lost his faith. Damn. I did accept the possibility that there's still one for Tuesday. The rocky world is bound in ice and shrouded in a thick fog of dark clouds. Augurs trace a faint signal to an area under the ice alongside a distress call, whose encryption matches that used by the Lord Inquisitor and his teams. Decrypt it. Lex interrogators quickly and effortlessly break the clever code. Transmission goes as follows. Acolyte 17-1, Lord Inquisitor. In the event horrific vision occurred. Goodbye. The Emperor protects. Descend and find the source. Yep, Necrons. Barely perceptible heavy thrumming permeates the walls of the crypt, which are adorned with strange geometric shapes. Walls appear as if they were cast from a single piece of metal and seem impressively durable. Impossible to gauge how many centuries have passed since they were built. Ah, that's a lot of blood. An uneven ripple runs across the stell's surface. Symbols covering it tremble and blend into each other. None stay in your memory for longer than a second. Rotten metallic scent wafts from the pool of dried blood. Cogitator was installed here recently before it was destroyed by an unknown weapon. Pascal? Column emits a low roar. You're able to withstand it. Vidscreen awakens at your touch. Status, beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Missing data. And have become immortal. We have become missing data. Turns to darkness. Shall be conquered and shall tremble in fear. Missing data. Not gonna activate that just yet. Sight of the Xenos symbols is repulsive, but your will is strong. Press the key, the vidscreen displays the following. Status. Beginning data transmission to the sacred calculator. Shunning the imperfections of the flesh, its transience and its finiteness. The new, preserving a bond with the old through rhythm. Images. A lot of missing data up in here. Military equipment and mechanisms for sacred machines. Everything is untouched. Rotting corpse is slumped over the cogitator. What force could have thrown it? Bloody streaks seem even more grim in the green subterranean hollow. Inquisitor soldiers are dead. Something unspeakable mutilated their bodies and dumped them together in a pile. Monstrous structure looms majestically over you. Energy spilt into the air obstructs your mind. For a moment, it seems that not only are you studying the obelisk, but it is also studying you. Several disfigured corpses in the uniforms of Inquisition soldiers have been tossed in a grotesque pile between the cogitator and the large obelisk-like statue. Their colors left no trace. You have the nagging, oppressive feeling that the very walls are watching you. The air, thick with electricity and the heavy stench of rotting flesh, only makes that feeling worse. Closing his eyes and sniffing noisily, the wolf snarls grimly. What killed these mortals is still near. I can smell it. A lifeless stench. Not like a corpse, but like the iron teeth in Mordecai's maw. Message is blinking impatiently in the cogitator's vid screen. Process, linguistic analysis. Waiting data catalog. Activate information panels. Pascal? You've never seen a cryptographic machine as intricate and unorthodox as this one. Numerous sacred seals of algorithmic asceticism suggest the spirit dwelling within is exceptionally cunning and powerful, privy to forbidden knowledge. Pascal bows reverently to the sacred machine and whispers, This machine's spirit is wayward and apprehensive, for it is tormented. Its intricate mind carries many scars from pacifying binaric litanies. Tech Priest carefully removes a severed human finger from the input panel, whispers an apologetic prayer to the cogitator, and casually tosses the piece of flesh away. Confirm activation. Attention, insignificant data for final cataloging. Awaiting data input. Try to extract. Mechanism, having served the Inquisition so faithfully, is loath to part with its secrets. One after another, menacing scarlet dots light up its casing. Continue. Your ruthless intrusion into the cogitator's memory chambers yields the following message. Prepare for the start of Operation Precious Sentinel. Horrific vision event may come to pass. Orders to abort and research mission and join the contingent on Epitaph. Codes for traversing the minefields are attached. The message has been as an attachment containing the astronomical coordinates of a planet along with some binary code. Priority 0. Contact with Barrier Squadron lost during Dimensional Gate recharging. No confirmation received of gate being sealed. Stay on high alert. Cogitator shrieks indignantly, lighting up with blinding red indicators and letting out a high-frequency howl. Word appears across the entire width of the vid screen. Intrusion. When the ringing in your ears subsides, you realize you hear something else. Someone's heavy footsteps. The vindictive machine's spirit triumphantly displays a blinking prophetic message. Oh dear. Oh dear. Necrons. Repulsive, unintelligible sounds made by the Xenos. Good to know. Okay, the enemies are actually a bit farther away than I expected. There's also a lot of them. 1000 HP, fuckload of armor. Security breach. Reduce the damage against this creature by 95% from every side except the back. Wow, that's really bullshit. I already don't like this. That is not something I can really affect, game. I don't know if you played the game you made, developers, but I don't really get to choose with any regularity what angle I'm hitting enemies from. Like, in Melee, I kind of, sort of can. Sometimes, but very frequently not. 95%, that is absurd. And don't try to come at me with lore accurate, make a better game first. I don't want to hear lore accurate, I want to hear good game. And then make it lore accurate. And yes, this is a good game, but there's a point where you're just being fucking annoying and obtuse because you think it's funny.
High momentum.
Ah.
High momentum.
Really, you can't see that? You genuinely can't see that. They're right fucking there. That is not obscured in your vision. Bullshit. Yeah. Don't let it destruct. I'm actually 90% sure you can't do that. That there's not really a good way to prevent the destruction like that, but, frankly, whatever works. Whatever stops a Necron from detonating the entire goddamn planet. Oh, there's more over here, are there? I'll start heading back. Maybe you can make it there. Actually, how far can you see? How exactly does this work? 14 cells. Hypothetically, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Should be able to get there if I do it like this. Damn it. No, wait. The dash. If I dash just a bit... What do you mean path is blocked? It is a straight fucking line. This straight up just doesn't work. That is immensely annoying. That pisses me off every time. It just straight up doesn't work. Path is blocked. It's fucking not. There is nothing in this straight line. Yeah, this would do almost nothing. Best not to even try it, frankly. But I can. At least decreases defenses a little. No reason not to use this, too. It actually has a decent chance of a lot of those hitting. Yeah, it did something at least. Put that on Ulfar. Make him an even bigger boy.
High momentum.
Can Cabela get behind this thing? Yes, she can, actually. Apparently behind isn't good enough anymore. It says except from behind, and yet... Oh, yeah, there it goes. Yeah, that helped. Can Ulfar get behind? Definitely not. You mean path is blocked? Why is every path apparently blocked in this game? Path is there's nothing blocking it. It is a straight fucking line. I don't understand what's happening. Why is every attempt at a rush blocked by this game? Ulfar literally can't get behind it at all. He can get on this side of it and axe at a question, I guess. Which should decrease its defenses a little. Not enough, but it did. Setting it on fire a little bit's also nice. Necron Deathmark, that sure is what you're calling yourself. You missed! Get all the way over there, then dash forward. What do you mean, no line of sight? You can literally see it. Whatever. Just kill more shit, and hope the game lets you play it. I actually see this thing, that's surprising. I can do almost no damage to it, because I'm not behind it, too. So yeah, that's fun. This is not a fun mechanic for this game. And it means people other than Argenta have to kill them, 'cause she's not quite mobile enough to do it, but... them being in tunnels that Ulfar can't get behind when he's one of my best melee combatants, that's not better. And that it's a damage reduction separate from all other types. Doing still almost fucking nothing. Yeah, 25 damage from all that shit. Pascal, try. Oh good, they can just turn whenever they feel like it. Well, that did basically fucking nothing, at least. They're so late in the initiative order, though, that it actually makes... It actually makes them stronger, somehow. What do you mean you can't see her from there? I'm actually fucking mad. This game is it is actively trying to not let me play it. It doesn't want to be played. A game that hates you for trying to enjoy it. Ulfar, can you... No, you don't have enough movement, so... Good. So just go fuck yourself, I suppose. The path isn't blocked, it's right fucking there. I can literally see it. This do again? Bleeds, but they don't have any blood, so that's not gonna do anything.
High momentum. Low momentum.
Should not have done that. This is going to do nothing. This was immensely foolish, I just wasted all that momentum. Cabela can get behind it, yes. Well, at least our assassin gets to do something now. Almost killed it. There. That was just annoying because I had to... That's gonna make this take so much longer. This doesn't matter. Da-da-da, nah. That could be useful. Really get them out there. Sure. How about you? Nah. Nah. These will do nothing for her no matter what I pick. Give her more toughness, I suppose. Alright, team. Oh good, they don't drop loot either, so, you know, the most fun part about killing enemies we don't get to do. This is pissing me off. I'm not going to enjoy this last part of the game, I can tell. What do we got here? Purging Fury. The flamer thing. Tesla ring. Fires a single Tesla shot, once per combat. Yeah, sure. If I have to fight those things frequently, it's not going to be fun. And I guess at the end of the day, it wasn't like it made it any more difficult, just... I guess at the end of the day, I'm actually just mad I can't use Argenta to run rampant over everything anymore. She's just not mobile enough to do that. That was also kind of a shitty segment, because the area was so huge. Just mad your waifu sucks. But Cabela killed them. Cabela did the most damage to them. I don't know what you're talking about, Bathwater. My waifu ended. Just ended lives. Argenta still, you know... Argenta is also waifu, but monogamy among waifuism, so we gotta stick with our assassin murdery waifu. Lord Captain, unidentified sickle shapeshifts have taken off from the planet we just left. Approaching swiftly and readying their weapons for battle. Get ready, it's about to get hot in here. Settled for second best? Argenta literally isn't an option, so I settled for the best option. I mean, I didn't settle. Actually, I also really came to like her the more that went on. And I think she has probably some of the best quests in the game. Holy crap, this thing actually followed me here. You can die first. Because I said so. Reanimation protocol activated. Falling apart. Shipper suffers damage equal to 25% of its max hull. Ah, so I did kill it. Just they can get back up if you kill them. But only the one time, it looks like. And then they just start dying. Ow. They don't seem to have side-mounted weaponry, they just have front-mounted. Don't know why you didn't use any of your other weapons. This thing's gonna die next time it gets a turn. Ignore it. I know I turned down the difficulty on ship battles, and I don't begrudge myself for doing so. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, that ended my movement and wasted that whole thing. So that's fucking annoying. Alright, you should die when your turn starts. These are not too useful. Yep, it exploded. That did too. Teleport slightly forward. And then... Bretta. Yeah, these were not helpful. Oh, they can put themselves back together. Damage themselves more from doing that than damaging the ship they were attacking. Augury. Okay, that's not what I meant. Got him. Percy unclean. I've destroyed one ship of every enemy fleet. Good job, me. Ah. Now, can I do my upgrades? No, I'm not allowed to. Lord Captain, what were those things? Took over the surface of the world where you landed. I noticed. Never seen ships like that. Never seen such technologies either. Fished a trophy out of the void. Relatively intact fragment of a wreck and sent it to our engineers. Just in case, we've isolated the compartment where they were performing their comprehension liturgies. Research the tomes in the Rogue Trader's private library. Perhaps it will give us insight into these monsters. An hours-long silence follows as your order is being executed. At last, the Vox comes to life again. Your lordship, the Kato artifacts claims to have found a mention of Xenos similar to the ones we've encountered. Manuscript refers to them as Necrons. We really know now. Where's the trophy we've acquired? Engineers are at a loss. Say it's a gift born from the Omnisci's wisdom, but its image was imperfect. Therefore, it was eroded by corruption and unbelief. Whatever that means. Ship's minor conclave has gone into data meditation and produced a resolution regarding the admissibility of using this item. Really know nothing about this enemy? Nothing but tales and rumors. I've heard stories. About sickle ships that reap entire squadrons like ears of grain. About crews that know no fear. About the veil of death that shrouds them and corrodes their enemy ships like rust. Those stories aren't worth a Grox's ass, though. Because they also say that none has ever survived encountering those sickle ships. If that were true, there wouldn't be anyone around to tell those stories, would there? The ships exist, they're just not all-powerful. Data available. Those creatures are Nephilimex, the Omnisci's fallen angels. Citing a quotation. The first machine spirits ever created by the Omnissiah were in will, in body, and in power. Unmatched in their perfection, they were realizing the design of the Deus Mechanicus into being. But the principle of entropy conceived by the Omnissiah was fundamental. Thus even the perfect became flawed through the overabundance of their perfection. So vast were the Nephilimech's abilities, and so immeasurable the depth of their mind, that pride tempted them. The Nephilimechs rejected the design of the Deus Mechanicus in favor of their own. The order of existence was defiled, and a great war of absolute destruction came. The Nephilimechs were overthrown and exterminated, with only a few managing to hide from the Omnissiah's eye by extinguishing their minds and shrouding themselves in oblivion. In their change, the Omnissiah created new machine spirits and destined them into servitude, so that they would remember the limits of their power and would not descend into pride. As for the ultimate perfection, the Deus Mechanicus abolished it from the universe, and thus it was no more. So that's what the Mechanicus think the Necrons are. Fascinating. Bolster crew's morale. Give out additional rations to those who showed valor in battle. It's just the beginning. As you will, Lord Captain. Alright, Cassia, you finally have something to fucking do. Make this from dangerous to unsafe. Captain, must inform you that Mistress Cabela has made her way to your chambers and relieved the bodyguard stationed there. Perhaps she wishes to have a conversation in private. Oh-ho-ho! $9,900. Come on. Load. Getting waifu territory again. Do it. Your chambers have undergone a profound transformation. Familiar patterns stretch from the entrance all the way to the far end of the hall, forming an intricate maze. Its passages meet and diverge, all of them blending together in an almost hypnotic experience. The aroma of sacred unguents tickles your nostrils.
Domin, it's time we left the labyrinth.
What's going on?
Ever since you appeared in my life, I've been looking for a way out of what my existence has become. And I've realized I can't do it alone. This time, you will be my guide. Please, take me out of this labyrinth. When we're free of this trap I've led us into, we can look at what the future holds.
Well then, follow the sound of my words. You take a step and Cabela echoes it, entering the tangled web with you. Notice a set of tiny stitches on her closed eyelids. She is relying on her hearing to walk, having completely entrusted herself to your will. This is a mirror of when we did it the first time.
When I first stepped into your world, it blinded me, and so I clung to my mask of calm focus. Any other spinner in my place would have been overwhelmed by what I saw in your realm. When thoughts of you began to cloud my mind and steer me away from the tenets, I noticed it happening. Our bond is steadily cutting the threads between me and my purpose.
I will forever treasure the memory of the day I first saw you. You two have opened up a new world to me.
Forever.
Guide her through without breaking its rules. It is very important to her. Guide Cabela through the maze, away from the center, closer and closer to the exit. Her movements are precise, and she carefully follows your every instruction. Corridors weave and join, cross and branch, in an attempt to confuse all who wander them. The odor wafting from the lines on the floor makes your head swim.
I searched long. I tried on different masks. I struggled to find a new thread, one that would accept you without repulsing me. But here's the truth. I am my own past. The blood-spun web is my home and my destiny. It is everything I know about the universe, and I'm not ready to leave it behind. If I did, your Kibella would disappear. The web stretches through me, feeding my soul and mind. And so, it will always be.
I wouldn't want you to lose yourself. You wouldn't be Cabela if not for the web.
I can love you still from the shadows of the web. If that isn't enough for you, I will withdraw into the darkness. I will take our feelings with me and keep them far away from you.
We will find a way to be together. However different our worlds may be, we can overcome any obstacle.
Domin, I would defy the tenets. No, every law in the Imperium, just for a chance to be happy with you. But I know I won't be.
He falls silent, waiting to hear your guiding voice. Follow my prayer. I pray for you. She recognizes the prayer and immediately joins you. She recites the familiar words, merging with you in a single plea to the Undying One. Confidently steps in the direction of the exit.
My love.
Together, the two of you emerge from the twisted maze. Bella's hands dart to touch yours, her fingers interweaving with your own in a silent greeting. Then, she withdraws her hands and lifts them up to her face. Dagger flashes in the dim light, cutting the delicate stitches. Bella looks at you with new eyes. We're out of the labyrinth. A new eternity awaits.
An eternity in the embrace of that which will welcome us both.
What happens to it now?
We have passed the labyrinth's web. Ahead of us are new trials. But I believe that as long as we keep each other in our hearts, we will always prevail. Come, Domin. Let's cleanse ourselves before we go back to our threads.
You listen to the comforting sound of running water. For a moment, a horrific scene surfaces in your mind. Blood pouring from the pipes in a drowning torrent. The image is dispelled by Cabela's touch. She is warm, alive, and so close.
May these waters mend the mistakes of the lost. May they wash away the missteps, cleanse the soiled hands, clear the clouded mind. And as we wade in, may they grant us the strength to follow our thread. Always remember, Domin, that I love you. I will carry this love into the embrace of death when the time comes for me to reach my end. Remember, remember.
Dispelled the shadows in the void. Void shadows achievement. Get. Spent 2 hours bathing. You're gonna be all pruny. Yeah. No more risk of friggin' Tyrannid shit. I mean, we're in Necron space. The Tyranids wouldn't come here with a... wouldn't come within light years of this fucking place. What the fuck is this? Talos Pain Engine. Creation of the deranged minds of the Drakari homunculi. Twisted sculptors of flesh from the Dark City of Kamarag. Where the fuck did I find this thing? Did I just have this? I've never seen one of these things before. Piece of a sacred machine that was once part of the massive manufactory complex of the Forge World Euphrates II. Oh, yeah. I just got to keep those. What's that up there? Coat of arms of House von Lancius, crowned with the text of the Oath of Road Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. A scheduled surface and the... Ah, yeah. That's the hostile immaterium. Of course. Unknown ships, probably more Necrons. Most of the surface is covered in icy dunes and greenish highlights. First, officers aboard the vessel decide the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident the source of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in an emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, we've seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. The device on its wall emits an energy beam, and a similar pyramid not far from itself. Examine them. Von Valancia's scouts approach the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor sent to gather data about the energy beam clearly demonstrated the destructive power of this xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It is curious the second pyramid is still intact, and the only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study of the monolith. Energy beam barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's walls, after which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. A few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomena. Perception succeeded. Soldiers of von Valancius notice a fragment of a metallic ribcage melted right into the material of one of the walls like a bizarre boss relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belongs shows no sign of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. Strength, toughness, and agility decreased by 15, where it can use heroic acts with 50 less momentum and 50 more momentum for desperate measures, where it's considered as having heretical adherent if they do not have it yet. Ah. Rare to find such an ominous phenomenon on lifeless ice. So, you don't have to be heretical to put that on. Well, actually, no, you do. Because putting it on makes you a heretic. Confusion reigns among the Void Ship's auger operators. The unidentified emission keeps disappearing, then reappearing on their scanners. First, it seems that sandstorms are to blame for this, hiding the source of the radiation. Team Explorers easily overcomes these storms and begins studying the surface. As their accounts suggest, the planet remains littered with broken and mangled ruins of Xenos origin. Insect-like constructs flicker among the ruins, like static on a malfunctioning cogitator. Their black, metallic bodies are equipped with grappling blades, which bring to mind the spindly legs of spiders. With each occurrence, the devices look more and more distorted, bent, sometimes even appear directly in the remnants of walls or overlap each other. The only stable thing in this structure is a deep hole with a melted rock at its center. Whatever purpose this structure served for the Xenos, meteorite destroyed it long before the arrival of the Rogue Trader. Observe it. Magos Hanuman volunteers to lead the observation team. His passion for the Xenos devices borders on heresy. It takes a long time after his return to report to the Lord Captain. Later, Pascal admits he is discouraged by the gap between the scientific accomplishments of the Xenos and the capabilities of modern tech priests. Ah. He was really excited and he couldn't figure out how the fuck it worked still. A lot more planets in this system than there usually are. Alright, let's blow these guys the fuck up. Augurs reveal 2 Xenoships hurtling through clouds of cosmic dust. Messages coming from one of the alien vessels on an encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Valancius dynasty. During the transmission, Lady Theodora's people are aboard the Xeno ship. Request a report on the enemy. The Augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels. Most of them are in strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test this hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebulae in the system can allow the Dynasty flagship to evade danger. Vox contact. Same request for help keeps coming back. We're alive, we're fighting, we need support. Alright, to battle. Battle! Proud class light cruiser. My frigate. Get his ass. But you're not gonna. Wait, what? Oh, my range decreased because I went into this. Shallow jump. Wowie. Don't. Please don't. There's a lot of these fucking things. This is gonna take a while. Round 2. Keep taking damage, idiot. Eat shit and die. Round 3. This thing will kill itself eventually. I can turn really quick. Fortunately, I don't have anything else to do because they're so far away. Alright, you're already dead now. I don't have to worry about you. I suppose I didn't have to worry about you once I blew you up the first time. Got him! You're going to explode as well. You're gonna start exploding. Not gonna be pretty for you, at least. Yeah. Oh yeah, the other one exploded also. No officer and post or skill requirement not set. I don't know what you're talking about then. Can just barely get here. Try to finish it off. Nope, just enough that they'll explode. Yay! May I upgrade yet? Keep not letting me actually go to the upgrade screen. And I think you did it again, in fact. The Xenos are defeated, and your men board the enemy ship, cutting their way through the bulkheads of to the source of the signal. Find the decayed remains of a Von Valancius boarding party. One of the corpses is clutching a voxcaster, sending the voices of the dead out in the world. All of them fell many decades ago. A data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The words, "Hope is poison, kill it and death becomes easy and desirable," were scratched into the stock. Heavy Enforcer autocannon. Oh? Study the contents of the data slate. Find a single order given by Lady Theodora. Boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xenos vessel, hold off the enemy until the Dynasty flagship withdraws to a safe distance. Bring the remains up to the flagship, give them a proper burial in the crypt. Prayer service for the fallen is broadcast throughout the flagship. Following days, people line up to honor the martyrs in the ship's chapels. Reason to believe they genuinely saved this ship in the past. Greenish glow of the gigantic ring, made from unknown materials, flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. Void ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what's passing through it cannot be clearly defined. Observe the anomaly. Arcs of incandescent star gases, bursting from the ring, pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edges of the portal. They are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic, glowing metal. Then, flashes of purple clouds, dissected by threads of lightning, appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal, as the blocks of black stone become covered in purple-scarlet illumination. If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational force forbid any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating the powers of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, the next wave of dark light, the portal throws out the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. . Oh, sucks to be them. Send out our own team to look at it. Trophies that I can't do anything with because the game's over. On that front, at least. Additional equipment and closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. Portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari Drakari, only made of a different material. Metallic shine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Analysis of the wave signatures indicates that the construct once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current condition, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It's unstable, and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from a star's photosphere. Hard to believe that a civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this one could have undergone such a decline. No, gun. The thing here. Under thin clouds, as if shredded by a careless blade, sway vast steppes carpeted by pale gold deadwood. The Rogue Trader's attentive eye distinguishes a region among the endless grasses that does not fit into the general landscape. The scouts from the shuttle see signs of intelligent life. Judging by the trampled soil and tent frames, someone made camp here. Distant silhouettes form a tangle of paths and obstacles. A maze. The outer walls are supplemented by a multitude of spikes and blades, and decorated with scraps of leather and withered, crucified prisoners. It's not taking an expert in xenoculture to reason that Drakari have been here. Search the camp. They comb over the tracks left around the Drakari structures. Scouts find items of Imperium make. Blood-soaked clothes, an Aquila patch, and a data slate cracked in half. Gothic letters and the symbol of the Inquisition are frozen on its bottom half. Sentence fragments make up part of an exploration report. Servants of Von Valancius find a rough illustration of the camp in the pocket of a filthy coat. On it are marked two locations. First is shown with a sword and highlights the area where the items were found. The other is a skull and points to a patch of ground by the maze. Find out what's in the place. Scouts carefully inspect every piece of land in the marked area and discovered a camouflage pit studded with strong, thin needles. In a niche sunk into the wall of the trap glitters a volumetric flask with an ugly creature that looks like several brains stuck together. Analyze the nature of the creature. Rogue Trader's people recognize the grotesque figure as a Drakari Medusa, a parasite capable of registering emotions and transferring them to its masters. This thing was left here as the equivalent of a pict recorder, collecting the suffering of the Drakari's victims. Destroy it. And I get 3 pain blockers. Flask explodes into shrapnel fragments under a salvo of the scouts' rifles. Remaining liquid is collected into several test tubes to be examined in the ship's laboratorium, put to good use, or destroyed on the orders of the Rogue Trader. Continue exploring the area. Deep prints belonging to the landing legs and a ladder are visible in the grass behind the maze. Relative positions of the recesses correspond to the design of an Imperial shuttle. The Von Valancia scouts approach, they find a wax seal bearing the symbol of the Inquisition, and a monogram formed from the letters XC. An officer voices the proposition that the initials correspond to the names of Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. 97%. Yeah. Segment of the dry grass, a few meters in front of the prints from the ladder, has been cut as if scythed. Among the chopped stems lies a piece of a Drakari trophy, a flap of dark skin stretched out by thin chains. Most of it is covered by a tattoo. Silhouette of a storm or tornado, and a black symbol composed of curved lines and sharp shapes. A Drakari weapon, okay. Burn away all traces of Xeno's presence. Predatory structures do not burn easily. It takes a long time for them to heat up. Flames finally gather strength, turquoise explosions flash amid the yellow-orange waves. Whatever was down there was dangerous. Now that we've got everything of value, fucking burn it! This is a big-ass sun. It's a red sun. It's not a red dwarf. Hello, Captain. It's an incident on the flight deck. Planet we discovered is located at the coordinates of interest the Honorable Ulfar, Angel of the Emperor. When he learned about this, he chose to abandon ship. He ordered a shuttle to be provided to him and directed it to the world before us. Not sure where exactly he wishes to go, but the augurs have tracked the shuttle to its landing site. Why have I not been notified right away? He forbade it. The forces do not dare to defy an Angel of the Emperor. I'm very sorry. He stole a shuttle. How? Lord Ulfar simply showed up at the deck, drove the enforcers away, and demanded he be granted clearance for takeoff. Servants became frightened and dared not disobey his orders. I'm not going to execute them for this one. I see. Apologize for having to bring this troubling news to you, Lord Captain. Ulfar. Scouting party led by the rogue trader himself makes planetfall in the frozen world. Shuttle in which Ulfar Thunderlung departed the ship has been designated the starting point for the search. Said shuttle is found at the landing site, intact and undamaged. Examine the shuttle. Machine spirit is in the fine form, is ready to ascend from the world's surface. No clues have been found as to Ulfar Thunderlung's intended destination. A keen-eyed scout sights several disturbed snowdrifts that may indicate the route taken by the Space Wolf. Scout out the area. Scouts discover numerous soldiers. Kill people until they finally learn to follow orders to the letter, to death. The problem is they were following orders to the letter. That's the thing. They're still not technically allowed to disobey the orders of an Adeptus Astartes. That was a very gray area, and I'm not gonna kill them for getting caught in that. They followed orders exactly as they're supposed to. The problem is that the orders were something that were very ambiguous. Scouts discover numerous structures. Word is all that matters? I don't know. I don't want them disregarding Astartes' words. Burial grounds and obelisks of the Xeno race that once ruled these star systems, all of which are now encased in ice and solemn sepulchral stillness. No signs of activity by potentially hostile Xenos have been detected. Follow the trail. Group bravely ventures onward, into the realm of blinding white and crackling frost. Sky is soon blanketed with snow clouds that block out the star's light. The wind, howling like a pack of hungry spirits, sweeps away all tracks and whips up a furious storm. The path is full of dangers. Treacherous crevasse, hidden under the snow's crust, suddenly opens wide underneath the enforcer's feet. It is only the vigilance of the Lord Captain and his companions, who hear the telltale crack in time, saves the soldiers from certain death. A few hours later, the expedition comes to a plateau. Rising up ahead is the dark hull of an Imperial trading vessel, once landed on the world's surface. Investigate the ship. Ship is identified as the Revelation Granted. Merchant cog commandeered by the baleful Howl on footfall. No signs of struggle or other misfortune are found aboard. Only some useful cargo in the hold. Contrary to expectations, no crew members are found, dead or alive. Ship has been abandoned. Its fuel systems are non-functional. Promethium is frozen solid and ruptured the tanks and pipes. One moment, please. Sorry about that. My cat has decided to beat the hell out of his bowl whenever he wants anything. Especially when it's not time for him to eat yet. Scouts to survey the area. Enforcers search the area and return without finding anything of interest. Not all of them return, in fact. Several seem to have lost their way and failed to make it back to the ship. Signs of Ulfar? Fresh tracks in the snow leading the ship's airlocks indicate he was here, and recently. However, he was not alone. Beat my bull? Depends on what your bowl is. Scouts find strange dips in the snowdrifts surrounding the ship. Seems someone was watching the ship from a position buried in the snow, around the same time that Ulfar Thunderlong was searching it. Contact ship in orbit? Raging storm makes it impossible to establish a Vox link with the rogue trader's vessel, leaving the expedition stranded without aid, but probably not for long. The officers on the bridge should have immediately dispatched help as soon as contact with the scouting party was lost. Decide which direction we'll go in next. Raging blizzard, it's impossible to determine which way the Space Wolf might have gone. A pair of brave trackers strike out on a long-distance scouting run and still have not returned hours later. Take shelter in the ship and set up camp. Bone-weary soldiers welcome the chance to rest. Watchful sentries stand guard while their more fortunate comrades stuff themselves with the now frozen rations of the ship's vanished crew. A course I don't have carouse. The guy on my team who's good at it isn't here. Temperature inexorably plummets. Many members of the expedition suffer from frostbite, while others lose their fortitude and morale. One of the sentries delivers an anxious report to the Lord Captain. He's seen a massive shadow in the darkness. It was definitely not Ulfar Thunderlung. Hide in the ship's compartments. Sentries are brought inside and the fire is extinguished. Silence reigns in the ship. Frightened people do not move a muscle, afraid to give themselves away by so much as a whisper. Messenger rushes to the Lord Captain to report that one of the sentries is missing. Large tracks have been found near the sentry's post, as well as a few drops of blood. Alright, that didn't work. Brighter fire. Barrels of frozen promethium are dragged outside. Frozen fuel reluctantly succumbs to the heat of the thermal cutters. Fires kindle around the ship. Even this is not enough to dispel the snowy darkness, but people are buoyed up by the additional light and warmth. Terrible rumbling cuts through the roar of the storm. Clash and clamor of battle. It's followed by a furious, agonizing scream. Go towards the sound of battle as soon as possible. Tied together with ropes and bolstering each other with battle cries, the enforcers rush toward the battle in human chains. Unable to see anything ahead in the darkness and swirling snow, they blindly stride toward the source of the battle's monstrous thunder. Could trust in their tactical skill. Could yell at them. My ballistic skill is not good enough, no matter how many... Oh, may you shower? Yeah, go for it. I'll trust them. The enemy is concealed by the snow and the darkness, forcing the soldiers to fire in all directions, by some miracle not hitting each other. First one fighter, then another, vanishes with a desperate shriek, dragged off by the unknown enemy into the roiling depths of the storm. The enforcers' courage and stubbornness win out, boldly pushing forward. They drive the mysterious enemy from the battlefield and into a retreat. Ulfar is found lying in the blood-soaked snow. Soaked snow. His body covered in grievous wounds, but the wolf continues to cling to life. With great care, he is borne to the shuttle's and, wasting no time, brought back to the ship for urgent treatment. Alright, let's talk to him about what the fuck just happened down there. Not what I meant to do. Fight yourself. Okay, yeah, he's not fucking here still. That's not good. I'm gonna be real mad at the game if, with no clues whatsoever, I failed that. And now he's just gone. Yeah, just fucking guess at how to do this, you know? Never mind that there's genuinely no reason to think to go a certain way over another. Just fucking guess. And if he's just gone from my party, I'm mad. Why would I bother? It's a bit of plasteel, but like, I can't do trades anymore. I can't manage shit anymore. More ship battles. Ah. Oh, that heals fast. Not fast enough. Yeah. You're already dead. Tactical relocation. You can just shoot a thing and appear next to your friend, I guess? Didn't seem to do all that much, actually. It'll explode the next time it gets a turn. This will explode now, though. Then cool guys don't look at explosions. Now may I upgrade, please, for the love of God? Thank you. Now, left is stuff that doesn't do much for me. A puzzled auger operator reports that an expeditionary shuttle belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty was detected on the planet's surface. Furthermore, according to its markings, it is assigned to your vessel. The operator also states the entrance to a system of tunnels was spotted next to the shuttle. Full report on the shuttle. The registry, the expedition shuttle number 712 has been designated as irretrievably lost for many years. Information about the circumstances of its disappearance is suspiciously sparse, as if someone deliberately erased it. From the crumbs of information that remain, you gather it was sent to explore some object on an unknown world on the order of Lord Captain Theodora and never returned. Where are the tunnels? After disembarking, you notice the shuttle is buried halfway in sand. Von Valancius' coat of arms is practically erased from its side. This shuttle has clearly been here for a very long time. Next to the shuttle, you find crates of archaeological equipment, on which one can just barely make out the emblem of the explorators. Most of these crates are lying next to massive black doors of Xenos origin, the entrance to the tunnels. Descending the depths takes several hours. Make your way through cramped corridors giving way to huge black holes, where a dim emerald glow from no discernible source brings forth the silhouettes of equipment abandoned by the tech priests. Suffocating oppressive silence that accompanies you during the descent is broken only by the echo of your footsteps. Deafening and yet so insignificant it's against the background of the Cyclopean arches. Oh yeah, cool, he's just gone from my party now. Well, Abelard can show up. He's not gonna be able to do a damn thing, and God, I don't want to sit here and level him up like 12 times. But I have to. Yeah, that's pretty good. Da-da-da. Yeah, that's good. REP. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Da-da-da. Yeah, that gives him a lot of movement. Fuck me. He good at anything? Yes, I had no reason to pick that, but I did. Maybe just lots of movement for him. Get around to the places he's gotta go. Da-da-da. That's okay. Let me see here. Yeah, that's another thing. There we go. Give you some equipment, probably. I have a better two-handed sword for you. Let's check. Here's I've given you the strongest two-handed sword. How about armor? Is that the best you can have? It's pretty good. I never did give him power armor. Probably coulda. He's as good as he's gonna be. This isn't gonna be great without Ulthar. And I'm still mad about that. Sensors were erected by Tech Priest to ward off malicious Xenos machine spirits.
The way out is blocked, the stairs have collapsed, and there are dead tech priests everywhere. What in the void happened here?
Probably these, that don't appear to be dead. Bodies of Skitari, whose flesh and armor have disintegrated in various places. Judging by their wounds, they were shot during a retreat. Creature is completely motionless, like a black statue. Dark metal of its body shows no discernible damage. Of course they do. Creature emits a low hum alternating with strange metallic screeching. Necron warriors. Right up there with skeleton warriors. Honestly, this should be fine.
High momentum. High momentum.
Necron Immortal, you're called. Not for long. Because I'm about to do this to you. It's a very unfitting name for what's about to happen to you, my guy. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, except that it's really funny.
Element commencing.
What the fuck is happening to me? Let me see. Reanimating. Falls prone, gains 30% max wounds, temp wounds. Next turn, reanimate 50% of its wounds, but still has temp wounds. Creature has no other allies with base wounds more than 0. This creature and its allies die. Well, alright then.
High momentum.
Laser it a little. That looked like it hurt. Betting it did. Alright, Argenta, have a turn of just moving. Alright, let's see if I can kill that thing. Actually, can I hit that from there? No. Any other spots? I can just see this from here, so I can try. Hell is this? Oh, yeah. This could kill it, but let's go a little harder. Let's make it my prey, because why not? Damn it. Survived that. That didn't do a damn thing. Lucky me. Actually, let's go kick this guy. That's right, we're just gonna kick a Necron warrior, because fuck him. What's he gonna do about it? Jack shit is the answer. He's almost dead already. Pascal, any chance you can see this asshole? Nope, from no angle can you see him. Again, sightlines in this game are shit. Oh good, more of them woke up. Because they decided to. That's the only reason this game needs to do anything. Why did it explode with blood? The Necron, they don't do that. Yeah. Bella with no movement. But, you know. Hey, what? Abelard, let's have you do something.
High momentum.
Get him the old chop chop. Not where I clicked. Just claim this thing. Okay. And then they all teleport away, and new enemies spawn, because Necrons. You sure are good at making what should have been one encounter two, game. Finally figured it out? What was wrong with your Sims 4 game? Thought you did figure that out already. Okay, really? You, like, finished loading and then you did it again? Like, oh, weapons... Nope, doing it again. Really? This many of them? Combat system isn't interesting enough for me to care about this game. If I were on a higher difficulty, I'd actively hate you for making me play. Ambush bullshit! We were in the middle of a fight. Now let me reposition it all. That's bullcrap! Mod that was for some reason messing up an infant. I'm not gonna pretend to know what that means. No line of... Game doesn't know what a line of sight is. Move, move, move. Yeah, I know, I'd like to... There we go. This is what I wanted. Wanted sightline. I wanted some confirmation of where the sight lines would be. Still see most stuff from here. Argenta, bring it down.
High momentum.
I appreciate it was the expanded mermaids mod that was broken. Don't know how, because there were no mermaid sims in that household, but who the fuck knows? Sounds about right. Oh good, we're doing this. Yeah, okay. I don't like the camera dragging me back to the center every time. I know you want to show me shit, but when it's this many attacks in a row, it's gonna get annoying real fast. Like, please let me look at where I'm aiming so I can continue shooting there. Now you fix the problem, time for you to go to work.
Momentum.
Damn it. Wish that one had just... Well, maybe this?
Insignificant. Will not undo me.
Now, Argenta. Still your finest hour. Cleanse, welcome back. The hammers of war upon these traitors of 40,000 rogues. That's what I've been doing.
Insignificant.
I mean, I'm the rogue traitor, but and I'm bringing the hammer down upon him anyway. Actually, I did kill the other two rogue traitors in this quadrant, so... Boom.
Undo me.
The sole ruling monarch. I mean, one of them's already been replaced, so...
Assemblement commencing.
Of course it is. The de facto sole ruling. Yeah, basically. The only ones left owe me a lot of shit. I am way too close to whatever the fuck just happened over there. Ow, Pascal got shot. Luckily, we got our girl Cabela.
High momentum.
Don't ask me how she managed to turn those into blood. I'm gonna level with you, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how she's getting blood out of all of these robots, but she's really good at it. Here's a good spot. Necron Deathmark. More like Necron fucking dead. God made it possible. Yeah, the God Emperor of Mankind. You just... Actually, I think it's technically the Deathless Emperor who did this one. Gotta give the correct aspect of the Emperor the credit, you know? Still the Emperor, but, you know, credit where it's due. Ready for a sniper battle, you fuck? I'm apparently not. You're way more defended than I am. I can kill this one, though. Maybe. If I get into the perfect spot. And I prepare to call the bold. I name him my prey. I analyze him. There we go. Oh, right, forgot about that. Essentially, it didn't count because... Necrons. Blow it the fuck up, Pascal! Thanks, buddy. Abelard, there's genuinely nothing you can do about the last enemy. It's not even fun. There's literally nothing to be done. We can't go up there. Oh wait, I think we can actually do this. I could have done this a turn ago. Move closer for an... Alright, that makes the staircases drop. Now, Argenta, I want you to show him the might of the Emperor. All of it. Because how Necrons work, we don't get to, you know, loot anything. The fun part of doing battle, getting the cool loot afterwards. Pure love not getting that, and enemies getting to spawn in wherever the fuck they feel like it. And enemies getting to just ignore dying. Run. You'll find no grace of the machine god in these faithless halls. Only an unholy hatred that is more ancient than the fading stars of these distant systems. They are asleep, the legions, the innumerable hosts. Their sleep is at its end, for no one's fault but mine. I have disturbed the slumber of an ancient mind driven only by a thirst for extermination. Even death cannot snuff out the cold green flame of its lifeless eyes. I hear the lockstep march of our doom. Silence echoes it. The silence of our assassins, for death has no need of words. Mercy is unknown to the Nephilimex. his wayward and unholy firstborn. We have blown up the bridges and barricaded the entrance in an effort to contain them. Their marching is ever louder, ever closer, ever more inescapable. As I listen to its resonant echo, I offer my last prayer to the Omnissiah, trusting in his mercy, for my transgression is great indeed. In my pride, I neglected the universal laws, and attempted to harness the language of the ancient machine spirits that once served the owners of these vaults. I succeeded. As an infant comprehends the essence of words through images, so did I comprehend the meaning of certain symbols of his firstborn. Out of those, I composed 2 or 3 forbidden litanies. My false orders sounded just like the voices of those who commanded the essence of this eternal fortress. I stole their knowledge. More than once, in my complacency, I uttered the dead words with my lips of flesh, tarnishing them with the breath of life. I did so to open the sealed halls and bridge the chasms, so that our scouts could cross them. By that unforgivable blasphemy, I condemned us all to death. To atone for what I have done, I have composed a crypto-lullaby out of the dead words, akin to the one that plunged the Nephilimex into mindless oblivion at the dawn of time. More stolen words. Xeno's altar of machine worship has begun to sing it to the spirits and the machines in the fortress. But I know that before it concludes, the awakened wrath will have reached us. As I prepare for our last stand, I leave this confession as a warning to any who may dare walk in our footsteps. This is my final testament. Run. Looking at a part of a system of pylons used by small Xenos repair machines to move around the crypt. Judging by the debris, the passage was blocked on purpose. The obsidian smoothness of the enormous slab begins to ripple and roil. A set of mysterious symbols, not decipher the language of the ancient Xenos race. Yeah, no shit, how the fuck could I have? You're pogging? I don't... That sounds unhealthy. Stop. Like, you didn't. Like, there was some opportunity to before that I passed up on intentionally. Ricari weapon. Okay. Field emitter. Where moves one of their combat tactics area, the bonuses granted by this area are doubled. Okay. I'm not gonna fuck with random xenotech that I don't understand and have the game yell at me for it. I know there's still stuff there, but I can't do anything about it. Steady rhythm in the life of boy. Yeah, Immaterium. Ulfar still hasn't woken up from all their medical shit. Visit all the systems in the Cronus Expanse. Really? I'm gonna have to end the game with him just gone because of random bullshit I couldn't have predicted? Seems all color has died from this world. Gray masses of rocks give way only to brownish sand and the black voids of gorges. Team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape. An extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, the center of which burn green arc discharges. On its shores lie the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. Smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. Laboratory shuttle. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. The explorers surprised, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. Squad sets out to study the lake and the Xenos constructs. Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determine that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. Behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs, made from the metal, are capable of regeneration just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake, by transmitting the metal through built-in portals, cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Find out what happened? One of the pyramids lining the lake shore is more damaged than the rest. Judging by its melted edges and the direction of the breaks, this damage is the thing that started the fires at the lake's center. Analyze the movement. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. Helpless servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valancius shuttle. Hollow field emitter. 3 charges of a hollow field at the start of combat. If the wearer suffers damage, 1 charge of the hollow field is removed to prevent this damage. No charges left, damage is not prevented, the wielder becomes staggered until the end of combat. Oh, worthless then. Extinguish the flame? The idea of smothering the green flame of the ship's waste rather dubious, but not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. Drop cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Yeah, I'm not gonna attack shit. Something wistful about this sight, an unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. I can actually go towards this dying star. Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. The Lumino reader's right, back in the day used to be huge and angry with a blight to it. Not this half-dead firefly. It happened. Can't imagine what could have drained a deadly beast like that. Did you say drained? That's not fucking good if you said drained. Lumino Reader swears the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It's too young to have faded like this. Looks like it was gnawed out. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely. A hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Almost, where'd you get this information from? I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I have seen it happen 100 times. Yeah, I think I know what Nomos is. Shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside 2 nearby Xeno objects. Monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Servitors? Servitor signals disappear. Not one of them returns, no data is received. Oh no, Mos. But Examine the shuttle and the xenostructures. Goth wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. Von Valancius' shuttle overcomes the turbulent zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a rough landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. I change my mind. I don't want to. Do this. Look, Captain, Xeno Squadron is on intercept course, the same abominations before. Got them so riled up. Like they're gods. Alright. All decks prepare for battle. Glory to House Von Valancius. Kill him. Should have done that first. Yeah, there's a very short list of things that eat suns, which is to say it's a list of exactly one thing. It's not something that you fuck with, ever. Okay. Do what you gotta do, guy. This will explode this turn. You fought off its regeneration a bit. Not enough, actually. There we go. Now we play the waiting game. You're already dead. Wing run. You'll be dead soon. You're gonna be dead on your next turn because you flew into an asteroid cloud. Or you can die right here. Escort frigate actually did something. You're gonna explode. And now, battle over. Yeah, that worked. Those things. Never seen anything like them before. The panel of the ship's tech priest Lumino readers say they're star corpses. Or just corpses. They call them stellicide victims. What did the Lumino readers mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered, while their energy was siphoned. Like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. Witnessing these husks, you don't mind me saying, scared the Lumino readers so much they wet their metal trousers. You think we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. Your stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system. Wouldn't like to have been here at the time. Gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was it Drakari? Dragging stars around like they're their properties, quite in character for those damn Xenos. No, it was different Xenos. Curious as all this may be, we still have a job to do. You can go to that and it doesn't do anything. Let me see if... Enemies of humanity. That... We'll deal with it. Gonna move around, see if anything updates about Ulfar. I'll check my quest to be sure, but... He's just fucking gone. I'm not happy with that. That's not a good game design choice. He leaves. There's nothing you can do about it. You go down to the planet. If you don't do very specific things, he dies down there. You have no warning ahead of time as to what's the correct decision. I say dies, like, mechanically. Like, for the sake of the story, he's dead. As far as the story need care, Ulfar might as well have died down there. If he's just in a medicinal coma the rest of the game. I suppose it's not a medicinal coma. I said the wrong word. All of you take more damage. Let's think of it. You can totally... Now, Argenta.
High momentum.
Now we got corn cultists. Was curious what they were. I wasn't paying enough attention to actually check. Killed that guy back there, too. All done. A bloodthirsty marksman there in the back. Good job. Yeah, this combat servitor is literally useless because it doesn't follow us to the fight. I don't know why this is still question marky. Yeah, more fights. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's actually nothing up there. I don't know, that can be the rear. It probably doesn't matter. Why is our starting thing so low? It's never this low. I don't know what the damage projections are about. Things are taking way less than it says they should. Ah, 1 health off. Whatever. Alright, get us back out of here. I was really hoping fucking around like this might wake Ulfar up, but looks like no. He's just gone, and there was nothing I could have done to prevent that, except randomly guess differently. Says this is an uncharted system. I realize it's kind of uncharted, but I did the charting part. I don't feel like that should be marked as such. Maybe it's one of the glitchy things they didn't fix. This whole last part does not strike me as well crafted. I am only seeing shit that pisses me off. And we're beyond this green thing. Yeah, you're not even allowed to try to go back. Yes, I don't care. I do not care. Oh yeah, I can do that. Got to chart it to do nothing. Well, I suppose that's gonna be the last world we go to, and unfortunately, one of my favorite characters is just gone. And I fully blame the game for that. I do not accept that as being my fault. I think that's just bad. But, that's gonna do it for this one. We'll finish this Tuesday, because I'm pretty sure there's more than I can handle down on the last planet. Gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't gotta thank you. Bye bye, YouTube.